Welcome everyone to the CP3 SLA committee meeting for March 10th. We have a few items that have withdrawn. Item number out, which is 124 East 14th Street. Item number 10, Dividend, is 172nd Avenue. Item number 13, Aesthetic Matters, which is 235 Bowery. Those items all belong. If you are here for the the meeting is going to, I will give a summary of the items as the item is called. Brief summary, we will then hand it over to the applicants or their representatives for a chance to explain. We'll then move to members of the public for any comments. After that, we'll give the applicant a chance to respond, and then we'll move to committee discussion. Your public, you will be in 2 minutes when it is your chance to speak, whether it's here in person or on Zoom. We will have a timer going, so be mindful of that. And if you're in person, we'll just yell at you, and if you're on Zoom, we will cut you off. Though. Other than that, we are going to go ahead and get started. And I tried to read it out to see if there was any that were going to be with the others, but I think we're just going to go in order tonight. They have some discussion or some questions about them. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and start with Essex Chicken LLC, 115 Essex Street. Here for that item on the please raise your hand. Okay. So before we move on to that item, we're going to go ahead and start with an introduction of our committee members. Stephen Ballinger, I'm here. Sandy Legg, here. Here. Clint Stokes, here. Michael Savario, Megan Joy, absent, and that's it. And we have yes, we have four. So, okay, so sorry about we skipped that, but we're back on track. So we're going to start with Essex Chicken, with the applicant, and please raise your Zoom hand. We will promote you.
Hey,
Michael.
hi, how are you? Michael Kelly representing the applicant. Sorry.
Okay.
Wabi Nori should be here. His name is nickname Hockey. He's the owner. So a little history on the place. It was previously licensed from 1220 to 1122 with a restaurant wine. We came before you back in May of 24 as an Italian restaurant that he's changed into a sushi restaurant. They've operated with a temporary on-premise liquor license, and they now have their 2-year license since July 12th of 2024. Hockey also owns Essex Taco and Essex Pizza on the block. They've been open over 12 years, so he's well known to the neighbors and the neighborhood. Hockey has given back to the community since he opened, receiving a Beacon Award and a Point of Light Award. He participates in the Give Back program every Wednesday, distributing food and clothing to the homeless. He has 11 formerly unemployed homeless persons working for him at his restaurants. So he is involved in the community. He wants to extend his closing hours to 4 a.m. and is open to discussion about that. The major change besides the hours is the bar food counter, which will have 16 seats, which is common in the sushi restaurant. He now has 14 to 18 employees, depending on how busy he gets. He had 7 at one time. We submitted 21 signatures of support with the questionnaire, and he also sent an additional today, 6 from our building and 4 others from our block.
Okay, thank you. But I don't see Hockey here. I don't see him in the attendance.
Let me give him a call.
Hockey, if you are here, please go ahead and raise your hand. But I don't see any name similar to his name. The only thing there is, go back to the top. There's one person here on a telephone number that ends in 479, and it's 347, that would be his number.
917-689-5663. Hockey. Oh, are you on Zoom or on the phone? He should be here. What name are you under? Okay, all right. He just joined, he said?
Okay.
It's on the hockey?
Now we found him. He's there.
He was hiding. Okay, if there are questions, we're very open to answering anything.
Promoted. Yeah. He's declining to be, so Hockey, if you can hear us, you have to accept the promotion to panelist so that you can. Now we have you.
Okay, sorry about that. Should I turn on my camera as well?
Sir. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, okay, absolutely, apologize.
No problem.
I was just trying, I just got off in a car. No, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. So
Yes,
Michael gave a brief summary of your application and essentially the request is you're changing to a 16-foot bar for the sushi bar and you're asking for an extension of the hours to 4 AM.
yes, yes, if you don't mind.
And, okay, so anyone. I'm just a little out of order, Michael did the summary first, so I'm gonna go ahead and move to members of the public, if there's anyone here to speak to this item, and then. hear from them.
I cannot hear you. Would you say again, please, if you don't mind?
We're gonna move to members of the public and allow them to comment. And then you'll have a chance to respond to that. I know we do have just one person here in person. And then it looks like we have a couple people on Zoom.
Okay,
Okay. Well, actually, what I'm gonna go with, we're gonna let Daniel speak because he's one person here in person. Please use the microphone, Daniel.
you know what, I totally, I cannot hear, like something happened to my phone. Oh my gosh.
Can you hear us now?
You know what? Yeah, now I hear, yes, now I hear, apologize. Apologize to everybody.
No problem.
Yes, now I hear.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm Daniel, I'm a resident of Red River Corner. I frequent the establishment, that it's owner and operator, but I have closed many hours anymore for this. They should stay on in the sushi restaurant, have seats, that's all fine. On premises, but extending the hours makes this no longer that is what they came through last time for. And I oppose that it's a very congested street. There's subways nearby, buses run.
I apologize. I cannot understand. Maybe I cannot get it exactly what he said.
You're still having headphone problems? Can you hear me?
No, I hear you. I hear you very well. Yes.
So, I'm in opposition to this getting any
Yes.
more hours, because, I'm happy to have a full restaurant in that seats, but I'm against any more hours with this establishment because, it becomes something other than a restaurant that it is, if it goes past midnight. There's a lot of bars already right in the neighborhood, a lot of, when I get home, that's right where I walk by, and it's already, low quality of life trying to approach, so no more.
Thank you, Daniel. And so I think, though I did see, I think, she'll sign in online, but she has never ended up in person, so. Yeah, if you wanna go ahead here and speak, please. Yeah, we can move on to someone else. We have someone else online. We'll just catch that. Matthew, we promote you if you want to go ahead and speak.
Hi, yes. Hi, can everybody hear me all right?
Dan.
So I'm a neighbor in the area and have been a huge fan of the community that Boris and Horton brought to the area. And just to let everybody,
Hey, hold on 1 second. Are you talking about 195 Avenue A?
I'm sorry, the corner of East 12th and A.
So we're not on that item yet. We're talking about 115 Essex Street.
Oh, sorry, it's very
That's okay.
difficult to hear on the Zoom. It's almost impossible to hear the audio that's coming from the room. Just as a heads up.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. The. What? I don't think it's gonna do anything with. I didn't even.
I can hear when you guys are listening.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, so Matthew, if you want to hold on, we can take you later whenever we get to that item. Is there anyone else here for the 115 Essex Street? If not, I guess I can go ahead. Oh, wait, okay, I see Patrick Walsh. Patrick, we're gonna go ahead and promote you. I'm gonna start Patrick.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. I can
Okay.
hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I am adamantly opposed to this expansion of hours. I think this is an attempt at subterfuge, which should lead to an immediate denial at the very least. We are saturated with bars. I mean, how long will this craziness go on? We residents have been treated with a level of contempt that is appalling. So I implore you, deny this guy and his lawyer and all of these kind of people. Thank you.
Patrick. Okay, and now we'll move on to the other.
So
That's the problem, yes, thank you.
for the gentleman about that particular area, like McDonald's. So I need to go over that. The main thing I want to discuss is that was the former box being replaced, so that was very problematic. Shut down by the authorities. So one of the things we came before the task force original was reduced down to 12 a.m. We have no issue with the sushi place already. There's a sushi place we shut that.
I'm so sorry, we cannot hear you. The phone is cutting off.
No,
Would you
okay.
please forgive me? The phone, actually, no, there's something happened with that mic.
Let's try a different mic. I think that's it.
There's something issue with that mic.
Okay.
Michael, can you hear the speakers?
Yes, now I hear that,
now-
yes, now I hear.
Now I can hear.
Just hold it close to your mouth, like this.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you hear
I
that?
think it was the mic.
Okay,
So, what I was saying was, the issue is 4 a.m., particularly on that, an expansion of that bar. Which we were promised a restaurant. We have had bars on that block, some of the worst ones ever. It is one of the biggest, entry points for a drug and homeless problem that's on that particular corner. We don't understand why a sushi restaurant needs 4 a.m. We just don't believe that in this neighborhood. Nothing happens past 12 a.m. that isn't bar related. So, we believe and I think he's a great guy, I have no issue, with him. I think he means well, but this looks like to us, if this doesn't work out, we now have a 4 a.m. license in that space. And I really think we should be careful about the hours, particularly on that street and in this neighborhood, because we have significant problems. And we want it to be a sushi restaurant. Laura is, we want you to succeed, but we don't believe a sushi restaurant needs 4 AM. All the other Japanese restaurants in the neighborhood do not open at 4 AM. So that's just pretty much what I have to, oh, this has been less than a year that he's had this license, and it's only been a temporary license. So I think that's really important to note. We, you know, and he's come back before a year is up.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else here on Zoom? Raise your Zoom hand. If not, we're gonna move. We're gonna give the applicants a chance to respond. Okay. Michael and Hockey, if you want to go ahead and, I guess, respond to any-
Yes, I would love to. Is okay, Mr. Michael? Is okay? Should I go first or you go
Yeah,
first?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I apologize to everyone. I know it's been so much noise, but now right now it's much better. I can hear. I actually know the neighbor. I've been neighbor for 16 years. I own the Champion Pizza. I don't know if it's the people over there, maybe they know or not. I'm really good citizen. I do a lot for community. Every event for the school, everything they call me. I'm always there for them. I'm really, like I said, I'm really good citizen. And the sushi place, yes, I agree with you guys. You know, like as not a bar, it's not a club, it's a sushi place. Every sushi place they close early. And our restaurant is like, you know, like a sushi place. It become like small, like slowly, like, like people, they come over there and like they stay there. Like we're really busy. We're doing so good. We're so blessed. As you guys see, like we are #1 right now, sushi place in Lower East Side, whole #1, and Open Table, Razy, and Google. So we're doing really good. We are so blessed. But people, they come 11 o'clock and they sit. And, you know, like right now we have like 2 reviews. They say we were there and the waitress, they kick us because they say, no, we have to close. And for that reason, you know, like we don't want to pick our customer away. You know, like if you guys just give us like any extend hours, you know, like I say, I totally respect, you know, and whatever you guys say, I will agree with, you know, your decision. But I want you guys to know, I'm saying my rent is like $29,000, almost $30,000 on Essex. So I want to be like, you know, just be able to serve, you know, like people, if they really want to stay a little bit late, yes. And, you know, like, pretty much that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Hockey.
Yes.
Michael, did you have anything just to add?
Well, one, he doesn't want to ruin his reputation as a sushi place he's built, but he's, you know, opened up himself to agree on different hours. I spoke to him about the 4 AM. I said it'd be problematic. His only reasoning was he gets people, sometimes they come in late and want to stay. And as he was saying, he had to throw people out. So we would open it up to the committee about the hours to see what could be agreeable.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move to committee discussion. Does anyone have any thoughts on this?
What do they have? It's 11 o'clock now?
No, it's 12 o'clock now.
Full liquor or beer wine?
Full liquor. When they came to us last March,
Okay.
they changed from a pizza place to last May. They changed from a pizza place to it was going to be an Italian restaurant, an actual more of a sit-down Italian restaurant as opposed to just the pizza place. And we upgraded them to full liquor at that time, but they kept the hours.
Got it.
That was last May. Then
Can I say one thing, if you don't mind, one apologize for everyone? Can I ask, can I?
Hockey, wait until they're done.
Okay, apologize.
So then that was last May, and then now they're coming to, and I'm pretty sure they never actually opened as the Italian restaurant. Hockey, right, you can clarify that. I don't think they actually opened as that. They switched then to a sushi restaurant, which then has opened, and I don't think anyone has any issue with the sushi restaurant being open. And now I think they're just changing essentially their method of operation to add a bar, which is more like a sushi bar. And I don't know that anyone has any issues with that. And then they're asking to extend their hours from, right now it's 11 AM to 12 PM. I'm sorry, 11 AM to 12 AM all days. They're asking for 11 AM to 4 AM all days is what their application was. And I tend to agree. I think going from 12 AM to 4 AM is a big change, and it's also, I think, this area, this section of Essex Street does have a lot of commercial activity, which is good in some ways, but it's also, I think, could become a problem if we continue to add more late night establishments. And I think to his point, even if it's, his place isn't a problem, what we've discussed many times is the addition of another late night restaurant in the stretch is just adding more traffic and more people to this area, which is already becoming congested. We have a business just a couple, 133, it's a couple buildings away that I think is already becoming a problem, and they're not even officially open yet. So I think we just need to be really careful with this area. So I guess, so my opinion is I cannot see any way where I could support a 4A license at this location. And it has nothing to do with, with his business, it's just, I think at this point, any business that would come in this location, I don't think I could extend a 4A license.
Yeah, so when he's saying that he's willing to, I mean, why?
I don't think they can hear you though.
Right, thank you.
This is the work, oh,
This
yeah, this one was working.
Okay.
Um,
Wasn't working.
I was gonna say is, we're talking about where I am, but they're saying they're willing to go into other hours, so why not just suggest what other hours instead?
Right, good point.
He has said that it would be 1 AM on the weekends, to be fair.
The what?
1 AM on the weekends, so that's mostly if you're having show, typically at midnight, they go and leave by then.
Yeah. I mean,
The current hours are 12.
their current hours are 12 all nights.
I think, the applicant said something about at 11 o'clock seating, I think 1 AM gives them that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they're behind one.
I could support a one on the weekends, 12 during the week.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Michael, hockey, is that something you could live with?
Would we be able to suggest 2 AM on the Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and keep the midnight during the week?
I don't think, I'm not at that
Yeah, I'm
point,
not on
I
board.
don't think I could agree with that.
Hockey?
I mean, the gentleman earlier, he's saying, like, I was Italian restaurant, now I do sushi. At that place, I opened 4 different business. I want you guys to feel, like my pain. I opened a salad bar, I couldn't be success. I opened chicken place, I spent almost $500,000. I was not success. I opened pizzerias, I spent almost like 400K again, and I was not success. I opened 4 different business, and I'm a pizza guy. I work like 7 days a week, selling $2 slice to be served safe, to be to better life. And the gentleman saying, like he did Italian. I did Italian actually, but I was not success. That's why we switched to sushi. And I'm okay whatever you guys say, but if it's okay, if you guys just give me like maybe 1 hour extra, I would love to, just 1 hour extra to make sure my customer to be happy. I'm bringing very good something in a neighbor, and next door is a 4 AM. 2 door down for me, 3 door down as a 4 AM and same block. I just want to make sure like we only, like 2 door down, as they open like at 4 AM, they have liquor license, and like 3 door, 4 down at the one on, I think 119, they're until like 4 AM as well. If you guys give me just maybe 1 more extra hour, like you said, weekend, maybe like 2, and a weekday 1 is okay. Thank you so much all, like your patience and your time. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Hafiz.
Forgive me for my English, forgive me.
No, it's fine, listen. Okay, I still think I'm not willing to go to a 2 at this location.
Agree.
Same.
So at this point, I think sounds like everyone's kind of in agreement, we're ready to move to a vote.
Yeah.
I guess so the motion would be to approve the method of operation change by adding the sushi bar, and then to agree to extend their hours Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to 1 AM, 12 AM the rest of the night. So their hours would be 11 AM opening all days, closing at 12 AM Sunday through Wednesday, 1 AM Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Sandy Lay,
Yes.
Megan Joy,
Yes.
Diego Zaviglia,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna put the stipulations up on the screen quickly to show you what we just voted on. I guess we were rushing through this, so I'm completely thrown off tonight, so. Okay. You know what, it's just daylight savings. It's just. Maybe I'm gonna blame it on daylight savings, yeah. No.
I wonder,
I said chicken.
What,
I just wonder sometimes that, the front microphone is not.
no, the microphone, it's all set.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wonder because they're still complaining, so I'm thinking about something that we haven't thought about yet.
Are they not hearing you or are they not hearing Clint? They're not hearing Clint.
Michael,
Yes,
can you just tell me, can you hear me clearly? Right now,
Yes.
let's go from 1 to 10, yes? So I guess if you,
Maybe Clint should use.
Yeah.
the mic. But we can't change the mics on here.
okay, yeah, no, I'm not.
So can you hear me now, Michael?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me better now or the same?
Yeah. Perfectly.
Better?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Then I will use the microphone.
Or at least maybe put it down, I mean, not that whole, that's the entire meeting.
Anyways, okay, so we have the items, we have the stipulations on the screen. I'm gonna read through these quickly. It's Hockey Akinitz
Yes.
as representative of Essex Chicken LLC located at 115 Essex Street. This license will be a full liquor license, will operate a full service. And that actually is not, and that's sushi, Japanese sushi restaurant. With kitchen open and serving food during all its operation. Hours of operation will be Sunday through Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, closing at 1 a.m. You will not use outdoor space for commercial use.
Yeah. From here.
You will close any outdoor front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night. You will not have DJs, live music, or third-party promoted events, or any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. You will play ambient recorded background music only. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. You will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials. You will have a happy hour that will end by 8. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. You will post the stipulation by the license, and residents may contact the owner at the number below. It's Hockey Denise, and it's 917-689-5663. Okay, so that's what we will be sending out to you. You will, with instructions from the office to get signed and notarized and returned to the office. We have a little bit of extra time this month. It doesn't have to be just rushed through by this Friday, but you'll probably get them in the next day or so.
Okay, all
Okay,
righty, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a blessed night.
Thank you too.
Bye.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item number 3, which is Mary's at 146 Orchard Street. Is the applicant here for 146 Orchard Street? Please raise your Zoom hand. I don't think they're here in person.
Brendan, I think Frank is there.
Okay, we see Brendan. We promoted Brendan. Brendan, is there anyone else here with you tonight?
My attorney Frank Palillo was on the call, but he was having sound issues as well, so.
Okay, well, we'll look and see if we see Frank and get him promoted. So it seems like he dropped off.
If he's not on there, that's all right. We should be able to move forward.
Okay, and we'll, if he joins in, we'll get him promoted. So I'm gonna, as you heard, I'm gonna read a quick little summary, and then we'll give you a chance to respond, add anything I missed, and then we'll move to the public. Atlantic Bar Group LLC, doing business as Mary's, is seeking a change in their method of operation in the premises located at 146 Orchard Street between Rivington and Stanton Street. It's an application for up to 74 people, 16 tables and 64 seats, including a stand-up bar, full kitchen and food prep area, serving food during all its operation. With 6 televisions, small speakers playing streaming music. There are 44 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The business has operated at this location since January of 2024. In addition to owning and operating Mary's, the applicant has owned and operated the Commissioner in Park Slope since 2017. There were 22 301 noise complaints at this location with lease action since 2018, including 6 since February of 2024. There were 23 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed petition in favor. They are proposing, they're keeping their hours, which were currently 11 a.m., closing by 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. No outdoor space. In this case, they were adding They wanted to change their method of operation to add. Just get a quick summary here. They're adding live comedy shows, DJs, entertainment level sound, security, and scheduled performances. Well, they already have TV.
I think that's slightly mistaken. We had DJs, and the only thing we're adding really is 2 or 3 TVs, because we were initially granted 3 TVs, and then the comedy shows. We had a regular that wanted to put on a small comedy show in the back room just on Tuesdays. And so they were going to do it through Eventbrite, and we realized that that would be a ticketed event and was not allowed on our current stipulations.
Okay, so the only thing you're adding 3 additional TVs because you were approved for 3 in 2023.
Correct.
You want to add 3 additional TVs, and then you want to add ticketed events and scheduled performances.
No, we're not trying to do any live, well, not live music, just comedy.
So schedule performance.
So that would still technically be a scheduled performance, though. If you're having a comedy show at 8 o'clock on Tuesday nights, that would technically be a scheduled performance.
Got it. Yes. Just
Because
in the back room. Yeah.
And, you know, a comedy show at 8 o'clock, we're more concerned when a scheduled performance, it brings people all at once, and then generally they leave around the same time when it's over. So that is why we're more concerned about scheduled performances.
Sure.
So those are the only things you're really changing. Adding TVs, scheduled performance, and ticketed events, and then essentially that's an event with a cover charge.
Yes. Ticketed events. And again, the plan is just to have these in our back room while continuing normal operation in the front.
So, Frank, we're hearing from a few people that you're actually on, but we don't see you in the list. There are 2 phone numbers.
He said he's having a hard time unmuting on his phone. I don't know if.
Yeah, he has to probably be requested.
I think on the phone, I want to say it's star 6. Frank, try star 6 on your phone, and I think that may unmute you. We'll try to actually.
We go way and beyond too.
Is he 516?
Megan wants to.
Right, it's star 6.
What's his, the last 4 digits?
516?
Yeah.
Star 25.
Okay, so Frank, we've now promoted you, and I think if you press star 6 on your phone, I think you can now talk.
Can't tell you how many times I was pressing star 6.
Okay.
Good evening.
Now you're with us. Okay.
Now I'm with
so
you.
I don't know how much you heard or what, if you have anything to add, Frank.
All of it. I heard all of it, and I've had nothing to add so far.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. Okay. So I think so we've clarified what you actually want, what you're adding and changing. I think we do have some people here from the public signed up to speak. I think we're going to go ahead and we'll start with Daniel.
Hi, I am again, okay, now I live on Rivington Street around the corner from this operation. And I'm speaking in against any method of operation method of change. Because it changes the nature of what the restaurant is. This board gave them a full liquor license, or not OP liquor license, to operate a full restaurant, but adding comedy shows, adding TVs, and changing, if they change the DJs, even if they had DJs at ambient level, there's the tendency towards entertainment level, and this neighborhood can't sustain another club surround or sports bar with people spilling out onto the streets. Again, I talked about the corner of Essex and Rivington, the orchard in Rivington is almost worse. There's regularly police station there because of people on the streets, and it's a low quality of life. I'll let others speak about research that they've done, that, yeah.
Thank you. Next, I think I have David Troutman.
So I'm speaking in opposition to this establishment also. I live up the next block, which is Orchard in Stanton, which is absolutely horrendous. We have Hair of the Dog. We have the Skinny, we have 82 Stanton, all in that little area, and just maybe like a 2-minute walk will be at this new establishment. Weekends are horrendous until 4 or 5 in the morning. And even when the bars are closed, there's people standing outside your windows talking very, very loudly, even up until 6 in the morning. On the weekends, it would be a disaster to have something else open up another night other than the weekends, because the weekends are such a disaster in this neighborhood. The police really have a lot of trouble responding in a timely manner. We have Johnny's Pizza, which doesn't, maybe they have a beer and wine license, I don't know, but they'll hire a DJ and blast music out at 2 a.m. right on the street corner there at Orchard and Stanton. So again, it's just up the block from where this place is located. So please vote opposition to this.
Thank you. Is there anyone on Zoom? Oh, and DM, I think you were. Yeah, we'll do them next.
Point of clarification, if you don't mind. When this applicant came.
Voted by your.
Oh, sorry, when this applicant came, I didn't know TVs were approved, it's not in the resolution.
There were TVs on their original application.
Yeah, but so that, even though it wasn't memorialized, that was part of their method of operation, that was approved, even though it's not in stipulations?
It's in the resolution.
Oh, we didn't see it in the resolution.
It was, I think when I looked, it was in the resolution.
Oh, being positive, okay, because one of the concerns we had when this applicant came before the committee that many of you weren't on, it was a very different committee at that time, was that we knew this was gonna turn into a sports bar. We knew that this wasn't gonna be an American Comfort restaurant. We knew that we were being sold, like, basically, a bill of goods. And we tried to warn the committee, they did not listen to us, they actually gave them more permissive terms that were there in the original space because of, of the past thing. And so what we found was, we've asked the SLA to weigh in on this and reported this from their own social media. They already have scheduled events. They have sports watch parties all the time. You can see it on their own social media, playing all the games. They have DJs. They were giving DJs against our wishes, asking them please not. Their argument was, we'll just have them curate background music. That's all they're gonna do. We know that's always bullshit, sorry. That's not really what DJs do. On their own Instagram page, all over social media, you can see entertainment level, you see dancing in the premise, it's not a restaurant. There are all kinds of events. We gave you guys a sampling, we reported this to the SLA. It's basically a sports bar, which we knew it was going to be. We already have enough of those in the neighborhood. We do not need any more. They're basically coming back to, with the exception of the 4 a.m., they just want more TVs, for more sports and more events. They just want the live comedy to be added now. They just want what they originally had and little things that were taken away. We beg you, this is already a problematic place. It's already caused neighborhood problems. We do not need something that's going to now be a legal sports bar at this point. This is not what this neighborhood needs. We already have it brings in the worst people to the neighborhood. And I just want to bring another note. We talk about businesses. It's not that I want anyone to not succeed, but many people don't understand. We had a meeting on Rivington with some businesses, and there's a particular business that's really cleaned up the neighborhood on Rivington. And the owner was talking to us about how his staff is so scared on the weekends of all the drunks that come in. And it's a non-drinking place, and where they're vomiting in the bathroom and the garbage, and they don't know what, and the closets, they don't know what to do. So like, you have to think about the impact these kinds of places have on the neighborhood. And a sports bar brings in really excessive and a lot of vomiting. So please consider what they're doing now. They broke their stipulations now. Why give them more? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone on Zoom for this item? Yes. Okay, no. Looks. I think there's someone that keeps
I
popping.
think it's Patrick. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, he's on and he keeps flashing on and off. I don't know if he's still. Okay, Patrick, if you're still on, Patrick, I don't see your hand. Do you want to speak to this item?
It's okay, I think those are on the same. point.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and go back to you. Brendan, do you have any response to what you've heard from members of the public?
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I'm surprised. We are very much a restaurant. If you look at our menu that we supported, we do pot roasts, we do big meals, and more too. If you follow our reviews, the people that are commenting are talking about what a great addition of a dinner place, lunch on the weekends. Again, we were initially granted 3 TVs and DJs, and I feel like we've stuck to that. Adding TVs was simply because we have a couple dead zones in this back area, which again has no residents immediately above it and does not cause more people to spill out on the street. And again, the comedy show was simply because a regular and friend said, "Oh, what if I did this once a month or every Tuesday?" So it's not something like we're trying to turn into a comedy club or turn into a clubstaurant, as you'll say. We are on a really great path of getting a great reputation in the neighborhood for our food, and that continues to be the goal. This is just another way to get people to recognize the space and see the space. We do, we do baby showers, we do all kinds of events where catering has become a huge part of our business. So again, it's just another way that I thought we could get the word out about Mary's, and so yeah, it's not, again, it's not. I'm surprised to hear about all these complaints because again, I'm here every single week, all the time, and haven't heard this much.
So the only comment I would like to add is, on your website, you do advertise, parties, DJs, and there are comments about DJs and everything else. And I don't think, originally the DJs were to be curating the background music. It sounds like they're being used as, part of your promotion, which I don't think was the intent of, the original, when you originally came, the DJs were just to curate the background music.
That's fair. And I will say that we don't have, like incredibly popular DJs that bring their own crowd. They're very much just the same people we have on staff week in and week out to curate that environment. But I understand you not wanting another sports bar, and that's never what we intended to be. It's just, we noticed it at March Madness, and we noticed it during the Super Bowl that there were a couple tables that we lost people sitting at and having food because they couldn't see a TV. So again, if that's something that the community is very much against,
Yeah, that comment was that if you're a restaurant, you don't need 6 TVs. It is, you're gonna lose people wanting, if you do sports bar, then you'll lose some people who just want to have a nice dinner. So if it's a restaurant, I would say TVs, when looking at complaints, that if you have a very loud sports bar, that's something that does generate complaints. But I would like to also say, as far as the complaints that you didn't know about, we also, to be very fair, it sounds like there are a lot of problems, but we also were not made aware of the problems to try and be able to fix them. And I just want to show, we had a bunch of complaints about places around here. So we're working with the police, we're working with the SLA, we're working with nightlife. And because of that, there's a bar meeting for all the bars up here. And the ones that are problems are specifically being invited. So I just really want to ask people, if you're having problems, please let us know so that we can try and work on them so that your problem is mitigated, so that the business is aware and works on it. I know people are sick of me saying this after 20 years, but I'm saying it again.
May I ask something?
Yeah, Go ahead, Frank.
And I apologize. The acoustics tonight are really bad, guys. The first two speakers, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was they weren't complaining about this location. They were complaining about the neighborhood.
Not the same, is it?
No, it's not, excuse me, it's not the same.
I know the last speaker was complaining about this location. But were the first two? I don't think they were.
Are they looking for an extension of hours, or was
No.
2 a.m. and 3 a.m. already granted by this?
They're not asking for an extension of their hours.
Okay, so it seems to me that this committee approved a method of operation that was already a little not so restaurant. I know these guys have a full menu. I go in there for salads and they're really good. I feel like if you have a good salad, then you know you're an actual restaurant because you're keeping produce fresh. They have a very extensive, full, real restaurant menu. I just feel like to me, it doesn't seem like it's a change of method of operation. Adding a couple of TVs or 3 TVs is something that most bars would do without coming to the community board and asking. I appreciate the fact that they're coming to us for comedy shows. I would ask what their capacity is for these comedy shows, what time they're ending, and I think that might help us better inform our decision.
If I could just add, my comments were about complaints in general, just about this one. It's like, we can't take care of complaints wherever they are if we don't know about them.
I think that's reasonable. I mean. Yeah, I would like to hear Megan's.
Yeah.
The
More
answer to
details on
Megan's
comedy
question.
shows and, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, my my expectation with these asks is that the community wouldn't feel any different experience from our establishment than it currently does, as the 2 TVs, 2 or 3 TVs, they'd be in the back area, a room that holds 20, 30 people. And again, that would probably be my capacity for a comedy show, which again, I'm happy to stipulate. And if we want to say any kind of ticketed event has to be over by 11, I'd be fine with that as well. This isn't, this is just something to kind of, again, I just wanted to come to the community board and go about everything the right way. And
So can you answer one question for me though? Originally on the application, it was a capacity of 74 people. And you were actually still listing as 74 people, but there was an alt to the building department that you changed it to 100. So is your capacity now 100 people?
that is something that the landlord is currently working on, and we're kind of going back and forth to see. He was trying to hold on to, I guess, a previous public assembly that he might have had. But they've just had a nightmare with the Department of Buildings. It took us 2.5 years to get open to begin with. So I believe he has put in that request for a public assembly in this space.
Hi.
So that has not been approved yet? 'Cause
I'd have to check on the status of that. I'm not sure.
All right, I mean, again, to me, it's like if their capacity is already 100, the worst case scenario is they have a show, like a comedy show, that 100 people attend, which honestly, I don't, unless you're an actual comedy club, it's really
hard to get
difficult
100 people in there.
to get that.
Yeah, no, I looked it up earlier. Okay.
It's really difficult to get that many people to a comedy
Yes,
show. They just don't do
I
that
know, I
well.
know.
So, if they're leaving early, I don't think. I mean, I don't have an issue with, if they can stipulate that the comedy shows are over at 11, I'd be open to this. Again, they're not looking for an extension of their hours. It's the same.
And
I'd also be happy to stipulate that a max booking of 40 people, if that would please the board.
And I appreciate that. I guess my concern is though, adding TVs, adding comedy shows, all this other stuff, it does seem to be taking away from the actual restaurant, the actual full method of operation as a restaurant. And if it's just these little things, and I think what Susan mentioned is a good point, that if you add more TVs, yeah, you're gonna get people coming in that want to watch the Super Bowl, but then people that are coming in for dinner, it's becoming more of a bar or a sports bar than a place people are coming for dinner. So I think that's where I feel like to me at least, you're muddying your method of operation.
Yeah, no, that's fair. The initial thought behind the Tuesday comedy night was purely to sell more food, and to get more bodies in there. Because the breaking through to get more traffic on a Tuesday night, again, I want people sitting there having a full meal, getting those check averages up. And I thought it was something unique that we could offer, whereas some of the other comedy shows don't offer the kind of menu that we do.
Can I ask about your use of DJs right now? Are they background music curators or are they entertainment DJs?
Yeah, no, they're background music DJ are again, they'll get to the point where people are having a good time, but they're very much there so that my bartenders and staff can take care of everybody, get the food. Our kitchen's in the basement, so running food up and down, it requires a full team. And the reality too is that just keeping on top of what good music is out there right now is not my forte. And so we do the same thing at our bar in Park Slope that has a 4 a.m. license and has for 8.5 years, with DJs Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And I've just found that it makes the experience better for everybody involved.
Right. Yeah. I'm just looking at your Instagram right now, and I can imagine that these DJs paired with what I'm seeing, which is a crowded bar full of people standing. Nobody is sitting having a large format dinner or a salad. It says ready for the freaking weekend, no request live tonight. It just strikes me that this is more of a sports bar party environment than a sit-down restaurant. So I'm not sure that adding TVs and ticketed events to what we're seeing on your Instagram would be beneficial for the neighborhood.
I guess my point is just that this committee knew that they were gonna be a bar if they approved something until 3 o'clock in the morning, I mean, I get everyone's point, and I know Orchard Street is busy. But to turn around at this point and be like, oh wait, this is a bar, not a restaurant, it's not like we gave them, it's really distracting when you're speaking out of turn.
Said they approved it.
And it's,
When you recognize people.
Can you just tell me something about these noise complaints? It looks like you're accelerating. You had 3 noise complaints last month, each of which the police responded and took action to fix the condition. You had 1 in November, 2 in October. Can you just talk about those a bit? Maybe describe the situation and steps you've taken if you've taken to address the cause?
Yeah, I mean, we on the weekends, we always have 2 security, 1 person at the door, making sure that there's no line, checking IDs, making sure everybody's 21, and then someone in the back, and being right there on that busy avenue, we definitely had a couple complaints that I don't know if they were attributed to us or actually came from Boho Karaoke next door, which I know can be very loud. We have customers that live directly across the street, 2nd floor up, and they've explained that to me before. But otherwise, it's a training thing. We never let anybody linger outside. The security staff that we have now has been on for 6 months, and he's been really great and cognizant of that. Yeah, we just try and keep on top of it. Not to mention, training all our staff about not over serving and just keeping an eye on large parties.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to, as a committee, move to some sort of direction, put it that way. So, Megan, I know, I understand your point. Anyone else, Stephen?
They were already approved for 3 AM, was it 2 years ago now?
2021.
That's. And were they saying they were a bar or restaurant at that?
They were saying they were a full service restaurant.
Okay, you were on the committee.
I was not on the committee that. None of us were.
None of us were. Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to their comedy shows if, they're willingly stipulating to 11 o'clock, if that's something we could do.
We can stipulate
Whatever
we want.
Yeah.
Susan?
And like I said, I think one of the problems is an identity problem.
That's-
Because on one hand, they're saying, we're a full service restaurant, and then as Logan says, well, you approved them for 3 AM, you must know they're a bar. But then they're, again, saying they're a restaurant, but their Instagram is not promoting a restaurant. So I think that's the issue, it's like, are you a restaurant, or are you not? And I will say, just as far as generating complaints, I don't think a small comedy show in the back is gonna generate more complaints. More TVs with people tend to yell at sports bars and because they're supporting their team. That's where you get the complaints. And one more thing I'll say is one of our jobs as a community board is to help you when you're having problems with city agencies. So the next time you're having a problem with DOB, please let us help you.
Yeah, I don't know, it's like a sports bar to me, they got wings and Thursday night football. I don't know, that screams sports bar to me, which is cool, but not exactly the identity that they were sold.
I mean, I think if you come into, like, I'd love to host everyone here, obviously. The TVs are frequently off. And when you come into our space, we have this beautiful 1940s bar that we reclaimed from Connecticut and a projection screen in the back. That's our third TV that is frequently up. So it doesn't, the goal is not to be a sports bar. There have just been, again, both of these asks are just different ways to try and make the numbers work for us a little bit more. And again, it's not, I truly believed that neither of these things would negatively impact the community whatsoever, and that no one would really experience a different Marys than we've been running for the last year.
I think this one's really tough for me just because of the location.
Yeah. It also would be a different story, I feel like, if it was somewhere else.
Yeah.
I would feel a little bit differently, probably. I don't know, anyone else have any thoughts?
I'm leaning in your direction.
Would it make any difference if he stipulated till 240 people for the comedy shows and ending at 11?
I think
For
I'm good
anybody?
with that.
I mean, part of me hears what Susan says. I keep going back and forth. I feel like adding TVs changes it more toward a sports bar, but I feel like adding TVs isn't going to necessarily have people coming and leaving at the same time. But if we're reducing it or limiting it to 40 people coming and going, and we have it set at, I don't know, the comedy show will end by 10 PM with no more than 40 people.
Will that be policed at 40, or is that
Well,
just like kind of like?
That's the
wishful
other thing,
thinking?
that leaves it up to the community to then have to police.
Right.
Well, what happens is if there's a problem, then we,
Well, exactly,
Right,
but
right.
then that's
But also-
opening it up to the possibility of more problems.
But he also is talking about Tuesday night, which is now when you have crowds of people.
Right. That's a good
So if
point.
it's limited to Tuesday
Yeah,
nights,
exactly.
it's not gonna add.
I'm on board with that.
to the Weekend neighbor.
If he's a problem and, you know, NYPD shows up and NYPD asks like, where are your stipulations? He's gotta produce them and they're gonna see like no more than 40 people.
Right.
In the back.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
point.
I mean, that's
Good
kind of,
point. So that
Yeah.
was kind of my question. So
Yeah,
it is
that's what
kind of
happened.
enforceable, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what happens.
I would also be happy again, to say once a month max. You know, and give it another year where the community could see that we're responsible members of the community and this isn't causing any detriment to the community. If that would change anyone's mind.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
That you vote on the comedy club with stipulations separately and then vote on the other things separately and see how it goes. Right?
Do that. But.
No.
I wouldn't.
what do you mean?
She said vote on the page.
Let's do even a straw poll.
Straw
Each of
poll.
those.
So what's the straw poll on the comedy club once a month? 40 people, no later than 10 PM.
Yes. Yeah, that's not a big ask.
So that would be 4 people, so that would pass. Okay. What's the feeling on adding the TVs?
How many TVs are they asking? 3 more?
You were asking for 3 more additional TVs, right?
Again, if it would please the board, I'm happy to go down to 2. It's just in the back room where there are a couple dead spots. And there are tables that I can't sit on, you know, if there's something that the whole community is trying to watch.
Thing to solve the identity issue a little bit to me, for me.
I'm probably gonna be, I'm a no on the TVs. We already have 3.
Okay.
I'm a no on the TVs.
And I get,
You're right.
you know, and I understand what you're saying about some dead spots in it.
Right, me too.
I do think that's changing it more into a sports bar than a restaurant.
I'm a no on the TVs too.
So what's a straw poll? I guess we're no. Megan's yes on TVs.
I don't think 2 TVs is gonna change.
Okay.
Cause it's not like we can take away the 3.
Oh, we're tied on the TVs.
We need 7 people on this committee.
I know.
Dan,
I mean, I honestly, like, yeah, I can swing. I can be pro of the TVs in order to move this meeting forward.
I don't, noise complaints are turning into. So, I mean,
Oh, right.
yeah, but yeah, I'm okay on the TV, but you know, overall, I think before, you know, if you come back, then we're gonna look at those.
I'm like a Pennsylvania voter. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just saying, I mean, but
What do you
you
think
said
about
the
it?
comedy show once a month, that's cool.
How
But
recent
if you
are the
want-
noise complaints?
Sorry, a
How recent are the noise complaints?
couple of weeks ago,
What time of the day?
late at night.
Later than.
So we got February 23rd, 8 AM, 2 on February 8th, 1 at quarter after midnight, and then one at 12:30. Both,
So then there's
2:30 AM, 10:30, 12:30, so it's late night.
Yeah. I changed my mind on the TV.
Okay. So no on the TV.
No on the TVs.
So yes on the comedy club. Once a month, 40 people,
Yes,
10 PM, no on the TVs.
that's my.
Okay, so the resolution would be. As the application was presented, except. We are not adding any additional TVs, and the comedy club, the comedy show. Would be once a month on Tuesdays, ending by 10 PM with a max of 40 people
in the back room.
in the back room.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna put the stipulations up on the screen. And. Go through what we're actually going to be voting on.
You just wanna.
So it's Brendan Burns, Atlantic Bar Group LLC at 146 Orchard Street. It's a full-service restaurant with American comfort food. Hours of operation are Sunday to Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Will employ security Friday to Saturday, 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. Will close any front or rear facade doors and windows. That actually, they were approved previously for DJs, but the DJs were curated background music.
So, no DJ.
So, no,
They do have
the DJs,
alright.
the DJs were approved last time, but they were curated background music, not at entertainment level. No live music, no third-party promoted events.
But the comedy show will be a third party promoter event, right? If they put it up on.
Yeah, so when you were talking about the comedy show. You said that was a regular and they were gonna be promoting it on their. Social media,
Yeah, it was,
because that's getting a third-party promoted event, which is again. Changing the nature a little bit. I know we've pretty much narrowed it down to what you're doing, but.
yeah, that was the idea. I don't know how they would promote it. And we would just limit the 40 people by Eventbrite tickets or what have you.
Yeah. So the comedy show once a month on Tuesdays.
What did you say, weeknights?
No,
Tuesdays?
Tuesdays,
Only.
ending by 10 p.m. Maximum of 40 people. So it is not ambiance background music only.
Sounds like fire.
Actually, we still should check off. Not record background music, but just say
No, we're good.
everything else is ambiance, and then
Radiator, something stuck in the radiator.
we'll not participate in pub crawl party buses, we'll not have unlimited drink special. We'll have a happy hour that ends by 7 p.m. We'll not have wait lines. We'll have a staff person to ensure no loitering, noise, or crowds. We'll post these stipulations and residents may contact the manager owner at the number below. Brandon Burns, 919-270-7405. Yep. So we're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Sandy Lay,
No.
Megan Joy,
Yes.
Guillermo Smith,
Which comedy?
comedies once a month, no TV.
Yes.
Clint Snells, no, Michael Lavario,
Yes.
okay, the motion passes. We will be sending out these stipulations, you'll just have to get them signed and notarized and back to the office with the instructions in the email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're gonna move on to item number 4. Casa Colvin at 79 Clinton Street.
It's a physical copy, it's a packet, if you want
No, I mean, unless anyone else.
I
does.
saw it online, thank
Yes.
you.
I'm just gonna give a quick summary.
Before we start, I just want to make sure Adriana is on. She
Oh,
is my client.
Sorry, is Adriana,
Torres.
is it Adri Torres Productions, probably?
Probably.
Yeah. So, promote this at the top. That,
Here we go.
yeah, promote her.
Yeah, just.
Okay, so Adriana, I think we're promoting you. You should be showing up shortly. Okay. I'm gonna give a quick summary. It's Casa Colvin doing business as Casa Colvin is seeking a full on premises license in the premises located at 79 Clinton Street between Rivington and Delancey. It's an application for an establishment of 74 people, 8 tables, 32 seats with 1 stand-up bar, 6 seats, full kitchen serving food during hours of operation, TVs, streaming background music. There are 15 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously licensed with a full on premises license to a Vietnamese restaurant. The applicant has been a license holder at several locations from 2012 to 2024, and then a second location from 2017 to 2023. With only one SLA violation back in 2020. 28 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of this application. It will operate as a full-service restaurant, kitchen serving food during all operation. Their hours of operation being 11 a.m., closing by 11 p.m. all days. They will not use outdoor space for commercial use, have a closed fixed facade, ambient background for the music only. Have the hours till 7 p.m. Okay, so we're gonna hand it over to you.
Hey, Clint, Phil Dorn, attorney with Pizzetti and Bookman, Adriana Torres is appearing virtually. Clint said most of what I want to say, just to add a little color. This is going to be a family-friendly Latin American restaurant. As Clint mentioned, closing at just 11 o'clock each night. Adriana is Colombian. She is looking to bring her roots here to the Lower East Side in a nice, quiet, tasty restaurant. Very food focused. She already has the chef hired on board. She's already put a lot of work into the space to make it her own, make it a very special and welcoming restaurant. Small place, just 8 tables, 32 seats, with an additional 6 at the bar. So it's a small little bar off to the side. As Clint mentioned as well, it's a previously licensed space, so there shouldn't be concerns over saturation in the neighborhood. We received the petition signatures. We're closing early. Adriana has a lot of experience owning restaurants here in the city, so we hope that she can be given the benefit of the doubt, and with a reasonable method of operation, that you guys will grant the recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you. Bill, is there anyone here from the public, either here in person or on Zoom, to speak to this item? If you are, please raise your Zoom hand, and I don't see anyone here in person. Okay. Committee, any questions, comments? This one's pretty straightforward. What do you think?
They're actually probably, I think, reducing the hours from the previous.
Possibly, and I actually thought.
Yeah, I mean, 11 a.m. I mean, PM.
Yeah, wine and beer.
No, it's
No,
full, it's full, but still
That's
full. It's 11.
There is actually one other thing I wanted to add. It wasn't in our paperwork. I know I just said how tame of a method of operation is. We are asking, if possible, to add live music, even if it's just 6 times a year. Adriana is looking to have on like Valentine's Day, a piano player or a violinist, something very quiet. Like I said, this is family friendly. We're willing to stipulate it to being not amplified and only, like I said, a handful of times a year, just for special occasions. And even, we could say it would be 1 instrument at a time. It wouldn't be bands or anything like that, but we're asking for as well.
I'm okay with that. You're kind of gauge feeling.
Anyone have any issues with that?
No, I would love to see something open on this block. It's a really, I mean, I walk
Yeah.
up this block probably 15 times a week, and it's really dark. It's a little bit seedy, and I would just love to see something open that's got a little life to it.
And it's the space.
It's 79 Irvington. It was Cloud Vietnamese. It's on the east,
Yeah, is it, no, it's on the west.
the west side.
Is it,
Yellow awning on Google
Yeah.
Street View.
which is the organic market, previous one, right?
Wait, is it the organic market, or is it the one that used to be Cloud?
It used to be Cloud.
It's Cloud, it's the, it's the blue, it's the
That's right, it's the
yeah,
blue.
yeah, yeah,
This
yeah.
one.
It's this one.
That's right.
See.
It's gone through a lot of different
Yeah,
iterations.
it was a bunch of things, did it last.
Yeah.
So it would be acoustic, live music, like a piano player.
Violin,
Single
instruments.
Single instrument.
not it, but
I don't have any comments.
I don't think anyone had an issue with that.
No.
Okay, so we do need to add that in though,
Yep, I got it.
so, yep. Acoustic, non-amplified, live music.
Let's just start and look if there was.
yeah, we're only going once a month.
No more than once a month.
Or
Yeah, they.
should we say 12 times a year, just in case?
Yeah.
Do the 12 times a year.
No more than 12 times per year. Okay, anyone else have any other questions or anything else?
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put these stipulations up on the screen. So it is I, Adriana Torres, as a qualified representative of Catholic Colvin Incorporated at 79 Clinton Street. My license will be a full liquor license, will operate a Latin American restaurant with a full service kitchen open and serving food during hours of operation. Hours being 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. all days. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. And that, I'm pretty sure those windows are, that's all fixed, right?
Correct.
None of the facade open.
No.
Yeah. You know, having security, soundproofing. We'll have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. We'll not have DJs. Third-party promoted event, any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. Will have live music, acoustic, non-amplified, live music no more than 12 times per year. We'll play ambient recorded, change that since it's not just. And actually, we should probably say, I mean, does acoustic cover background?
It will be background level.
So maybe say just acoustic background, so it's not. You know, allow, I guess it's hard to be really loud with one instrument, but. Yeah. And then uncheck number 9, so that's good, and then. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3, will not seek a change of class without first receiving approval from CB3, will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including music brunches, will have a happy hour ending by 7. No wait lines, will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. Will post these stipulations by my license. Residents may contact the owner at the number below, and it's Adriana Torres at 917-502-0336.
Sounds good.
Okay. We will move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Sandy Lake.
Yes.
Megan Joy.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Lynn Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario. Yep. Okay, so that motion passes. You'll be getting stipulations.
Hoping, is there any way we can do my other application back to back? Empty lunchbox.
Where are we?
Empty lunchbox.
20 blocks. Okay, sure. Just to get you out of here, Phil.
I didn't go like looking across the room.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to item number 12. Okay, so done with that item, we're moving on to item number 12, which is 20 blocks, empty lunchbox LLC at 215 East 4th Street. Is there anyone here for that item? I know you're here in person. Does everyone, you?
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna give a quick summary.
So Adriana probably can disconnect, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Ariana, you're good to go. Thank you.
Adriana, you can sign off now. Thank you.
You can hang out all night and watch. if you want.
exactly. We know this is good TV.
But we're done with you for now.
Bye, man.
Okay, so hold on one second. Okay. This is Empty Lunchbox LLC doing business as 20 blocks is seeking a full on premises license. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it's a beer wine, it's an on-premise beer and wine license for the premises located at 215 4th Street between Avenue A and B. This is an application for an establishment of 74 people with 7 tables and 20 seats. 1 bar, full kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation, 1 projector screen with background level music from streaming services. There are 29 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. The applicants have never held a license before. We can hear from them a little bit about their experience in a minute. There were no commercial throwing complaints at this location. 62 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of opening. We'll operate a sandwich shop with full kitchen serving food at all hours. Its hours will be opening no later than 9 a.m., closing by 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Will not employ security. Will install soundproofing to ensure sound is not audible in nearby apartments. Close any front rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. We'll play background music only. And we'll not have happy hours, and I think that's generally it. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys to get us a little bit
Yeah, thank you. Phil Dorn again, Zetsky and Bookman, behind me are Jack August and Willie Corman, who are the owners of 20 Blocks. These guys are applying for a beer and wine license only for their sandwich shop, which is right here on East 4th Street, just an avenue or two over. All right, so hear me out. I say this to my friends all the time. Dinner is a social construct. Who is to say that sandwiches are for lunch only and not dinner? Jack and Willie kind of want to change that concept, that vision. So the concept here for these guys is they are opening a sandwich shop by day where you can either dine in or take out. And then come 7 p.m. The takeout option disappears and it's dine in only. It's a tiny space, just 20 seats. I do want to correct something that you said, Clint. There is no bar. Legally, when you have a POS system, that has to be labeled to the state liquor authority as a bar, but it's not a bar. It's a POS. You order up at the counter.
Not a customer bar.
Not a customer bar. Well, technically it is a customer bar because the customer orders the drink over it, but
they're not.
There's no seats at the bar. It's a POS where a staff member is going to be behind putting in the order, and then they will take a seat. There's no outdoor dining whatsoever. As Clint mentioned, they received a ton of support from the neighbors, over 60 signatures. In fact, I thought it was actually a little more than that, but 60 should speak for itself. They are looking for 2 a.m. on weekends, midnight during the week. If you don't know these guys, they have actually grown to be very popular in the neighborhood. They've been doing sandwich pop-ups where 100% of the proceeds have been going to local gardens, community gardens, here in this neighborhood, as well as other neighborhoods in New York. They are really, really keen on supporting the community, and their pop-ups with the gardens have been a demonstrator of that. Jack lives in the neighborhood. This is his home, born and raised in Manhattan. I'm sure people see 2 a.m. and get a little scared, but this is just to reemphasize, this is beer and wine only, and come 7 o'clock, there isn't even takeout food, so it's just beer and wine for the 20 seats that are inside. They are looking to kind of provide a nicer, healthier, I know I said sandwiches, but it's all locally sourced produce option for people in the later hours of the night. So that is the idea behind the place. We are, of course, open to hearing any questions or concerns you might have, and otherwise these guys are excited to get open.
Is there anyone from the public here to speak to this item? I don't see anyone here in person. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay. So committee questions, or Susan?
You said there's no takeout after 7?
That's right, that's the concept. It seems. How does it benefit? Well, because we don't want people crowding outside, coming up, trying to take food to go eat a sandwich on the street. The whole idea is to make it for people who dine in and can have the experience and keep it quiet inside, not to have, bikes coming up and delivering food, Grubhub, that kind of thing.
They want a brand.
What?
They want a certain brand. I understand it.
Sounds reasonable to me.
We make exceptions for Susan.
So my only question, so why do you need the projector?
So the projector is mostly going to be for art installations, to have art projected onto the wall. Sometimes it might be used to play like an indie movie or something fun just for the 20 people sitting inside. It's clearly not a sports bar. There isn't even a bar to belly up at.
I don't generally have a problem with this, but that section of 4th Street is quiet now. It wasn't for a while, and we have a bar that's a little further down the block that still isn't probably behaving as well as they should be. But no one's here from the block association to speak against you, so
They would be here. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
someone didn't tell them. I didn't tell them, so. I used to be the chair of this block association, and I'm no longer part of that block association. So,
Fourth Street.
Fourth
Yeah.
Street,
I don't think they're active at all.
Mark,
Oh, Mark's on B though.
that's fourth,
It would be
fourth,
between A and B,
Yeah.
so
but
it would
he's
be
going
his
to
jurisdiction.
B.
His jurisdiction.
but he's actually.
Those are very,
high, but,
Generous.
He's also very hot.
yes, he's very busy right now. So anyways.
We received a lot of support, we seem to have a lot
So
of excitement.
what I am gonna say is, you know, what we're seeing a lot lately is. Someone comes in with something that seems very reasonable, and then within a year, they're coming in for an upgrade.
Mhm.
Especially on a mid-block location like this, I don't see. You know, we can't say we're never gonna do it, we can't legally or morally tell you that. But I don't see any way where we're going to upgrade you in the future, so if that is part of your plan. We do not see this being a, you know, giving you 2 AMs pushing it. Full liquor or anything else to change in the method operation in this section, especially mid-block like this. I don't see happening, so if that's part of your plan, I think you should probably reconsider it.
Understood.
So, anyone else have any questions or comments? Not, I guess we'll go ahead and pull up the stipulations and read through those. Okay, so I, Jack August, as a qualified representative of empty blocks,
It's empty lunchbox.
empty lunch. box.
DBA is 20 blocks, but.
We're mixing things up there. Empty lunchbox at 215 East Fourth Street. Will be beer wine license. Operate a full service restaurant, specifically a sandwich shop. With kitchen open and serving food during hours of operation. My hours of operation will be 9 AM to 12 AM Sunday through Wednesday, 9 AM to 2 AM Thursday through Saturday. And you are planning on being open at 9 then, correct?
Forgot you guys do it backwards. We should probably then change it to.
I think you would be I think the neighborhood would welcome something during the day there because
So
there's nothing,
so let me
but.
explain it to these guys. So the way this community board operates. If you say 9 AM, then you have to be open at 9 AM, but if we were to put something like noon, then you could open earlier than noon, but so long as you are open by noon. So would it be a more safe thing to put down noon, and then if you want to open at 9 AM, you can, great, but as long as you're open by noon, each day.
Yeah, I don't say
I said noon is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
that way, and if you want to be open at 9.
Yeah.
That's great, and you probably would get a little foot traffic there.
Yeah,
People
that's
coming
the
by.
plan.
They want to serve breakfast sandwiches.
But,
Yeah.
but that way, if for some reason it's not working out for you, you're not gonna be in violation of your stipulations.
Perfect.
If breakfast isn't working and you're just gonna skip to lunch, this way you're covered.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so we'll not use outdoor space for commercial use. We'll close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 PM every night. The windows do open on that space though, I think, do they? But yeah, so you just have to close them by 10. We'll not have DJs, live music, promoted events, or any of that. which- No. Coming to CB convert, not speed and functional party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, will not have a happy hour, will not have wait lines, we'll have a staff person responsible for no loitering, noise or crowds. We'll post the stipulation by the liquor license and residents may contact the owner number below. Jack August, it's 347-330-9243.
I do see the wait lines. If there is a line out, I mean, it's a tiny place and you're ordering on the counter, if someone, pre-7 o'clock when there is to-go food. I don't want to be in breach of the stipulations.
You can't have a line there. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but you can't have a line in a mid-block on a residential street. It
I
doesn't
mean,
work.
we even submitted with our paperwork a plan in case there were to be a line, there's going to be a dedicated staff person to make sure that no one blocks. The residential entrance is doors are down.
It's people talking, hanging out. No, we'll just text them. You know, some places do that, tell them to walk up to Avenue A or B and the guys sit in the garden and text them.
Right, but the concern is they're waiting to order. They're taking a sandwich to go, or, you know, it's not waiting for their table, it's just. And this is pre-7 o'clock, remember, so it's not keeping people up at night. It's
Yeah,
just-
because while people are working from home in their apartments, that's what we're hearing a lot of. These places that are popular, like they're selling cinnamon rolls and everything, where people are lining up outside. During the day while people are working from home and they're saying, all I hear is chatter the entire time while I'm trying to have a conference call. And I know what you're saying, I get what you're saying, but you're choosing a location mid-block on a residential street. If this was an avenue, that's a different situation, but
How many people outside on the line constitutes a wait line? Couple people or?
So now that I'm thinking about it, people do it all the time and it's not a good thing.
I know, people do it all the time, it's not good, but.
And we will have the staff person dedicated to make sure people don't loiter and make sure that the line remains up against the frontage of, so they're not blocking their path on the sidewalks. This is just if it's a success story, I mean.
Which we hope you are, and that's gonna be the problem if you are, and that's.
I mean, it does have, it's like you have C and B on.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people out there.
The place on Sixth Street that is selling those rice sandwiches now that I can't walk by, so I don't go down Sixth Street anymore.
Getting this beer and wine license allows us to actually police it with stipulations in place. If this was just a sandwich place that didn't have a beer and wine license. Then they could.
You still get complaints.
You still get
But we
complaints,
couldn't
of
do
course,
anything
but.
about it. I mean,
This is the opportunity and. Like I said, it's only if it's a success story. We want to make sure, I mean, Jack lives in the neighborhood. We want to make sure this place remains clean, remains quiet, remains friendly, but. I wouldn't want, you know, this SLA
no
violations for a
lines
couple
after
people.
7, because the complaints we get really are late night.
And that, right, that's why we offer the 7 o'clock.
I would say no lines after,
It won't-
avoid lines and absolutely none after 7.
We're happy to agree.
There's not gonna be a line after 7 because you're on the.
Well, that's the purpose. That's why
So it won't, so we don't need to put that in because.
There's people that, well,
inherently.
no, people might be waiting in line to go
To
sit
get
down.
inside.
With
So-
that, we can, if you want us to implement some sort of a text system, we can do that. We are doing that. We already are.
So I mean, we could say no lines after 7, but I guarantee you this is not gonna go well. When you have a line out there, the people on that block are gonna start complaining, because they do. And I worked with them for many years and I guarantee you. They will complain.
Well, we look forward to working with our neighbors. We're
Well, but working with the neighbors, when you have a lot, that's the problem. This is why we normally are very hesitant for things like this on a side street that's a residential block. I mean, I'm fine with it. Not saying I'm gonna vote no, but I'm gonna regret it. If you're successful, I'm gonna regret it. Because I also walk down 4th Street often and I will have to start avoiding 4th Street like I have to avoid 6th Street because. And now I have to avoid Avenue B because the cinnamon roll shop is closed in the morning and it's too crowded, so. Anyways, that's my own gripe, but these are the things we deal with as residents that have to live here. So, I mean, I'm fine putting in no lines after 7.
I don't see that one. What number? For 8. Private parties.
Yeah.
Is it, I can't read it correctly, is it, I won't have private parties or?
Well, right now, you're not allowed to have private
Okay.
parties unless you're gonna say,
Yes,
in this case, that's where we put in.
yeah, okay, so we would love to stipulate to. A handful,
How can you have a private party in a place that seats 20?
For exact that size.
What?
For exactly that.
for, right,
I
it's.
said, well, how can you have a private party for a place that seats 20?
Person birthday party next week for 20 people. A restaurant.
It would just, yeah, if someone's having a little gathering, a birthday or something like that, and you can't make a reservation for 20 people, but it would just be We're
Well,
not
that's what we
asking-
count a private party as an entire buyout.
Right.
If it's just a birthday party in one section and the other part is still.
Same number, there's only one section.
I know.
There's only one section.
I would ask.
Yeah,
Everything is a.
everything's buyout.
Yeah, I would ask for 24 in a calendar year, so that comes out to obviously 2 a month on average. It's not happening that frequently, but it's also the flexibility if there are people that want 20 seats.
It's fine.
Thank you.
I see that being more of a problem, to be honest. Because that's when they have.
That's when people come out once and then they
Yeah.
sit inside and drink beer for a whole hours and they leave all at once.
When they drink and scream.
That's a lot, 24. Well, if it's a small space, you know, I could see it being longer.
It's for a private dinner. It's not for parties. Like there are no DJs. It's beer and wine only. It's just for a private dinner. And
Get really happy with beer and wine until 2 AM.
yeah,
I don't need a DJ, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know what I mean, like, for a street here,
Really
like
saying.
20, you know.
this is-
And I
So
also
when
want
you
you
have fun friends.
especially 215. There's some people that live in a building over next down from you.
235.
Well, that one and then the other direction. You just want to be careful.
We spoke with several people in the building and we.
I bet you didn't speak with all of them. And I bet the ones you have the problem with are the ones that I'm worried about, so just. Let it be said. And they will be very unhappy and.
I actually once had a complaint on that block about kids playing too loud in the recess. And I'm not making that up.
Wow.
I did not help them.
I gotta feel like them, Susan.
I did not help them.
Unhappy person.
There will be signs.
There will be signs.
No, there will be signs against you, like, if there are problems, they will put up signs, there will be all kinds of things, so. Anyways, enough of that. I'm just-
Don't have like those, where they. I'm gonna say it's, well, I see what I see around there, like, you know, a young crowd who are having their party and screaming and yelling in the middle of the afternoon. See on my bulletin board, that's an outdoor, that's right in that area, that's a Saturday morning with
How'd you
a
get a
drunk
picture?
person. What?
Then how do you get a picture of it on the wall?
Anyways, is that, okay, so we've added. 24 private parties per year. No wait lines after 7 PM all days. Change the time from 9 to 12 AM, 12 PM, sorry. Okay. That's everything.
You guys LLC? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's splitting hairs, but the suggestion was instead of at 7, wherever the language is at 7 PM, there wouldn't be lines, it was at 7 PM, the reservation system would start to notify people of their table.
No lines after 7.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing.
No, not necessarily. People can still stand in, they can put their name in a reservation and still stand in line.
Right, okay, understood,
Figure it out however it works for you.
yeah.
Okay, anyone else have any questions or comments on this?
Mhm.
Okay. We're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Sandy Lay.
Yes.
Megan Joy.
Yes.
Guillermo. Clint, yes. Michael.
Yes.
Thank you guys. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Don't make me regret this, because I will walk by there all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll also be sending out the stipulations and everything with all the instructions, you know the deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Okay, we're gonna move,
Me too.
we are going to move on to item number 26. Which is rear view. You guys don't have the I don't, unless anyone needs one of that, we all need them.
Your last century. We don't do that.
You know what? You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, someone asks for one.
We like trees, we're gonna save the tree.
Do you need me to speak into a microphone?
Well, you will need to, but let me just give a quick, I'll give a quick summary and then you can feel free to add or just change anything else. So this is, and is it Rui? I know we had this last month and I think I mispronounced it last month as well. What? Ray, okay. So Ray LLC is doing business. It's seeking a full on premises. It's a beer and wine license, and the premise is located at 1517 Joyer Street between Pell and Bauer. An applicant for an establishment and it's pending, but it's gonna be 74, I assume. Of 74.
Less
people.
than.
Less than 70, yeah. For less than 74 people, 9 tables with 24 seats, 1 bar with 4 seats, full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, no TVs, background streaming music. There are 6 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. This was a previously unlicensed location. Annie Shi is the applicant. She has had Jupiter Restaurant for over 9 years in CB5 and King Restaurant in CB2 for over 2 years. There were 5 commercial throw complaints to this location with police action, but kind of odd because it's unlicensed, so I'm not sure what that's about. The Chinatown Core Neighborhood Association opposed this application due to its unlicensed history, no benefit to the community as required by the 500-foot rule. 115 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. They're proposing hours of operation, opening no later than 12 p.m., closing by 2 a.m. all days. They will not have happy hours, beyond background recording music only. And that's pretty much, and it will close any outdoor dining allowed under the open restaurants program by 10 p.m. And I think it pretty much covers the summary of the application so far. So I will hand it over to you for anything you'd like to add or.
Sure. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, and she is here. She was here last month. You saw this application last month as a full liquor license with a 2 a.m. close. You're going to see it now as a beer and wine license with the midnight close. We have literally taken every note from anyone who had anything negative to say about this, except for not opening at all, and incorporated the application for you. So beer and wine, 12 to 12, every day, background music, no outdoor dining, restaurant, cafe by day, more of a wine bar concept in the evening. And you said the rest, Clint. The only note, you want to make a note about happy hours?
I'm contemplating 1 happy hour a week for the senior citizens in the community, so it would be like 4 till 6.
So these are happy hour specials. This is not a bottomless situation or a destination. It's a very, very small space, as you can see by the diagrams and the seat count, and the bar, I think, is 4 stools at it. If you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Okay, thank you. I think we're gonna go ahead and move to members of the public. Please raise your Zoom hand if you are here to speak to this item. Okay, we have Michelle Coopersmith. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Clint. I know I gave some of this context last month about wine beer applications, and maybe Susan or Clint want to weigh on this when I'm done, but the SLA will 100% approve wine beer applications. It's a matter of what the stipulations are that they give. And I told the story about the denial that we made for Trigger at 135 Division Street, and he ended up getting 4 a.m. No stipulations at all. So, live music and entertainment level music, like all the things that we try to manage in this district. And it sounds like this applicant is willing to agree to what are effectively wine beer administrative stipulations. And so, I just really suggest that the committee make the decision to support that, because, it'll really ding our credibility if we start making quote unquote symbolic votes against things that will inevitably be approved. And I would ask the I don't know if the Chinatown Core Block Association is present, but I would be curious to know how many actual people approved of the letter that they sent in, because it's something that I noticed when I was the chair of the committee, that a lot of these so-called block associations are really just a mouthpiece for 1 to 2 active individuals. And I looked at the petitions and the letters of support for this applicant, and they are extremely robust. So, listening to like 2 people versus, I didn't count the signatures, but it looked like a lot, and the 7 letters of support, I just would ask the committee to think about all these things really carefully and how it makes us look. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Michelle. And I would like to add that the item that Michelle is referring to that was approved, it was denied at the community board level, but at the SLA, no one went up to the SLA to dispute that. So that's one reason why things happened as the way Michelle just described. I make it a point to attend the SLA hearings and speak to the items that we deny. So that does make a difference and it has in the past.
Good
Just for
point.
clarification on, she wasn't wrong in what she said. I just would like to clarify that that is a very
Yeah.
good point.
I didn't know that.
And without being for or against this, whatever, in any way at all, I will say the Chinatown Core Group is I've actually met with them and there's a lot of people there,
All right, there's a lot of members.
a lot of members.
Okay.
So I think we do have some other people with their hands raised.
I am gonna start the timer.
Yes.
So.
So we have next, I see Deborah Glass.
Hi, silly me, I was here, I'm here for item 6 and suddenly we're at item 20 something. Did I miss?
No, sorry, Deborah. We skipped around. We did not. We have not
Okay.
done- So if you're here for item 6, just please hold on and we will get to that shortly.
All right, we got Dan.
Okay, so now we're gonna move to Jan Lee.
Hi, thank you, committee. I'm gonna put aside the obnoxious comments from Michelle Coopersmith because she knows nothing about our block association. It's very clear. We've testified on many issues within the community, and also the face-to-face conversations that we had with the applicant was not alone. We also had Think Chinatown, one of the most respected organizations, to meet with this applicant, and also Rob G from the church around the corner. It's a 100-year-old church, so it's not like it's one or two people. I'm going to set aside that obnoxious comment for the time being, just to let the committee know that we want to stand by the original comments that were made, not only by our committee, but also by this committee, that, opening up this to a beer wine obviously has the danger to become a liquor license, which I think we were all in agreement at the last meeting is not something that would really be suited to this street or this particular area. This is not a personal attack on the applicant. I think she's perfectly a nice person. It's just that bringing another license onto this public plaza, which is currently without alcohol, but can turn into something very dangerous in the future if the DOT allows concessions in the future. So we have to think about adding another OP to this area could be very deleterious. So we stand by what the committee had decided last time. And also, even after we met with the applicant, there seems to be no change. But I also want to just add that there is a certain level of arrogance in the applicants just releasing a press release, even after this committee had met and denied the liquor license, that she's just opening this de facto, that this is happening as a fact of reality. And I think that really did not sit well with anyone in the community, because it really doesn't show that there is a consideration for us in the community.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Next, we have.
I think that's it for.
Okay.
Oh, Michelle, raise her hand.
Okay, so before Michelle,
I'm
before
a
you.
board member, so I'm allowed to speak again. And I actually find it incredibly obnoxious that board people who are in.
Michelle, before I allow you to speak, I'm allowing you to speak because you are a board member, but you are not going to get into a back and forth. You made insulting comments to Jan. Jan made insulting comments to you. You referred to them as a mouthpiece. So you made insulting comments to him. He made inappropriate comments to you. I let you both speak. So I'm now going to let you speak again, but we're not going to get into a back and forth on this. It's just, we're not. So please go ahead.
I did not make any direct aspersions at the Chinatown Core Block Association. I asked if the committee could ask how many people that they represent, because I said generally I had found that there were issues with block associations misrepresenting themselves. I was only asking for a clarification, and I find it really, really, really disrespectful that members in the room, including the committee chair, did not interject when a member of the public cast aspersions upon me. And this happens far too often on this board, that we do not defend each other just because we disagree with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, anyone else here that wants to speak to this item before we move to a committee discussion? Okay. So, committee, what's our thought on this?
So on the application, it says 2 AM, but when they were
Yes.
doing the intros, you guys said 12?
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're changing it.
Correct.
He's changing it from what was submitted on the application to a 12 AM.
That's basically administrative approval.
It is.
Yeah.
We were here in the committee last month and the things that we were asking for was, could you scale back your hours? And understandably, you didn't have representation last meeting. So I could understand why you wouldn't want to make that decision on the spot. Or go to a, beer wine instead of full liquor. I mean, with both of those concessions made, and the low capacity of this restaurant, I would be supportive of it.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I'm concerned of like the plaza, that was my original concern because, I mean, I was the one who made the original comment that like, I don't want this to set a precedent for Dwyer Street, right? But that was with a full liquor license in an unlicensed location that was planning to be open by 2 AM. That's not what we're looking at now, so that's why I'd be supportive of it. And the plaza rules as they stand right now means you can't serve outside.
Right,
So
exactly, so it's not gonna
There's
take over.
no choice of that, if she serves outside, she's breaking more than our stipulations, she's breaking city rules.
Correct.
I subscribe to that point of view.
Susan?
Well, first of all, what Michelle is saying about the beer wine, it's not 100% that they'll approve, but it's 99 point something unless there's a serious problem. So I will say, even if it's administrative approval, if the community wants it heard, that's why we put it up. Because it was 12, then 2, then back to 12, but we felt it should be on anyway. But I do agree that there's no legal way to really not approve beer wine unless there's some very specific cause. I'm gonna say this, I actually agree that people should not be allowed to make uncivil remarks or personal remarks.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree, like, we shouldn't use disparaging comments like obnoxious, and I mean, we all try to stay calm and civil during these meetings, even though we care really deeply and we have strong opinions about these applications, but if we can't stay civil, like, we've lost it, And we should expect that from ourselves and we should expect it from the speakers.
Yeah, and I think we should stop people and tell them that they can't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just mute, I'll mute them from now.
My friends are not my friends.
Anyone else on the committee have any other thoughts on this?
I have a question. The place of worship flagged by the lamp map is on a different block.
Yes, correct.
There was a meeting with the church, with someone from the church.
Yeah,
What was their
Rob.
concern?
It was, I reached out to John, TCC, and he brought Amy from Think Chinatown and Rob from the church to the meeting, so we all stepped out and discussed my application.
What was, if the church is not within, this 200 feet, what was the concern from the church?
I think the church, he mentioned that there's like some days when he like opens the church, there's garbage or like vomit on his front doorsteps and wanting to be mindful of that, which is why he was wanting to meet to make sure that I think his voice was heard. And also Jen wanted to introduce me to community leaders in the neighborhood whose opinion he wanted me to hear.
I'm sorry.
Susan?
One more thing, I hope that this isn't something where you're gonna come back next year and wanna be open much later. Because I think people are really looking at it now as a closing at 12 p.m.
Okay, so it seems like the general consensus is that we're in support of 12 o'clock closing with beer and wine only.
I think, yep, I'm supportive of that.
Yeah. Okay. So that would be the. I guess the resolution, the stipulation thing we'll go through, we'll bring this up on the screen now. Okay, so it is I and she of, and I'm gonna say it, Rai.
No.
Ray LLC. My license type would be a beer and wine. Will operate a wine bar with kitchen open, serving food during hours of operation. Hours of operation are 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days. Will close all outdoor dining allowed under the open restaurants program and any other outdoor uses by 10 p.m. Will close any front or facade doors and windows by 10 p.m. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances, and not more than 20 private parties per year. Will play ambient recorded background music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. Will not seek a change in class to a full on-premises license without first obtaining approval from CV3. Check that out, please. The beer wine now. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. Will have a happy hour that will end by 6 p.m. Will not have wait lines outside. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. Will conspicuously post the stipulation beside the license, and residents may contact the owner manager at the number below. And she, and it's 917-270-5512.
There's
Good.
no,
What?
there's no outdoor dining.
But she does intend to apply for it in the future, correct? If it's available.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna take that off the table, but it's not available now, so.
No. But you
Yeah.
do intend,
Your SIP's right.
yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. Okay. Okay, we'll move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Sandy Lay,
No.
Megan Joy,
Yes.
Guillermo Zabiglia,
Yes.
Quinn Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We will be sending you out the steps. You know the drill, and you'll get the instructions in the email.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we skip back. So we're gonna go back now to. We're at number 5. 2024 May Holdings at 81 Christie Street. The applicant's here for that item. Okay. Okay, so I see you online. We have Alice Sang, Ben Kaufman, and Harold Bukowski. Are you the applicants? Alice and then Ben and Carol, are you applicants or?
Oh, she declined,
Okay,
but Ben and Carol accepted.
This is number 5.
5, number 5. Okay, so Ben,
We are the applicants, but we're for Baja and Humans.
I'm sorry, you're for what was the second part?
Number 11, Baja and Humans.
Okay, so you're for the different item. Okay, so. So Alice, are you the applicant for number 5, which is 2024 May Holdings LLC at 81 Christie Street? So Alice, we promoted you to panelist. You can unmute yourself.
Okay.
So Alice, are you the applicant for 81 Christie Street?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Are you the applicant for 81 Christie Street?
Yeah, I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Yeah, Jin Baozhong, do you see Jin Baozhong or Simon Zhong? He told me he's here.
Okay, so I don't, that's all? That's all that's left? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But no one else is raising their hand.
Yeah. Scroll down. Okay, I don't see them. I don't see anyone else and no one's raising their Zoom hand and I don't see them listed. And the attendees.
Okay, I'm trying to message him, but maybe we can just start it.
Well, no, we actually have to have the applicant. We can't just have an attorney. We actually need to speak to the applicant.
Why don't we go to 6?
We can move on to the next and give you a chance to call them and then, or track them down, and then we can come back to you if that works.
Yeah, give me 1 second, maybe.
Let's just go.
Okay, we'll skip on to number 6 and come back to you then.
Okay, thank you.
So we're now moving on to number 6, which is Kamal. It's Cuernavaca LLC at 110 Forsyth Street. The applicant's here for Cuernavaca LLC, 110 Forsyth Street. Please raise your Zoom hands. I see Gaz Herbert. We're promoting you. Gaz, are you the applicant for 110 Forsyth Street?
Hi there, yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and just give a quick summary of your application as submitted, and then we'll turn it over to you for anything you'd like to add. Okay, Cuernavaca LLC, doing business as Kamal, is seeking an on-premise liquor license for the premises located at 110 Forsyth Street between Broome and Delancey. It's an application for establishment of up to 74 people with 11 tables, 36 seats, a 13-foot bar with 8 seats. Classic healthy dishes, a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, no televisions, background streaming music, no performances or live music. There are 21 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously licensed. There were 1 complaints. We received no prior support or opposition for this item. There were 22 residents who live within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor. They're proposing hours of opening no later than 11 and closing by 12 a.m. all days. There is no outdoor use. Ambient background recorded music only. No pub crawls or party buses, and happy hours until 7 p.m. Is there anything that you would like to add or correct or change to what I just summarized?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Okay, great. And then I see, do we have any other?
This is number 6, right?
This is number 6, yes, 110 Forsyth Street.
Is his attorney Michael Kelly?
Is Michael Kelly your attorney?
He is, yeah.
Oh, okay, so sorry, he's still on. We'll promote him back so he can join in this conversation if need be.
Great, thank you.
Who's John McLaren? Is John?
I don't know. John McLaren, are you?
Yeah, John is a partner in the business.
Okay, he's one of your partners,
Okay.
great.
I wanted to add something in.
Go right ahead, Michael.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
we have 2 majority owners. They're both going to be on-site owners. Hugo Herbert, which is Gaz. He has been in the industry over 9 years, basically his entire working career. He was a chef in London and owns a restaurant there partially. He was a restaurant consulting at a hotel in Mexico and the executive chef at Juniper Restaurant in New York City. Hugo has created a unique menu based on his experience at all these locations. Jonathan has not been in the industry, but he will be doing some back of the house work and also greeting people as they come in. We're applying for an on-premise liquor license so we can pair our approximately 10 specialty cocktails with the entrees. There's no other licenses on the block. The only license is the place we're taking over. And before Jem, Sam was there, and also Henry, we did hand in the 22 signatures of support, and we did post the area. And we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item at all?
Deborah's here.
Oh, yes, Deborah was here for number 6, so we will get Deborah promoted right now.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Deborah, go ahead.
Okay, so first I have a question. This location was previously licensed for a full liquor license or for beer and wine only?
That's what
Beer and
I'm
wine.
looking
Okay,
up.
great. Okay, it was licensed for beer and wine only. So here's 2 things. One, there was a person who was on the call who signed the petition, who wrote to me and said that she wants to rescind her signature. So I don't know how that works. I don't know if that's ever happened before, but she essentially waited and waited and waited, but she had to get off. So what do we do about that?
That's not gonna determine
It's-
our.
Okay, So then that's one thing, and I'll get to the petition in a second. So I'm gonna say that the location is, I think, 116 and not 110, because it's closer to the center of the block. It's right next door to where I live. I live at 118, because their front door is right next door to our building. So 110 is closer to Broome, 116 is in the middle of the block, just to clarify that. And some people were confused because they thought that it was another place opening in that co-op building. So that's it. That restaurant space is in the middle of a completely residential block with small businesses, and it's adjacent to a troubled park. There are multiple full licenses all around us, across the park, around the corner, and that's not counting an incoming 2-story bar under construction at the corner of Delancey and Bowery. The last time this location came before the SLA was Cafe Henry. Neighbors pushed back for many of the same reasons that I'm here. And my big question is, what benefit does a full license bring to this community? I want to be clear that I'm not opposed to a restaurant in that location with a beer wine license continuing to operate. I have to ask, what is the primary draw of this new entity? Is it the food? Then beer and wine should suffice. If there is a draw related to alcohol, then perhaps the board can suggest locations with licenses already attached and not open the door to yet another newly licensed location. I've previously expressed concerns to this committee that issuing new licenses to previously unlicensed locations for OP is this spreading the footprint of Hell's Square to surrounding streets in the community. If this is granted, it means going forward, there will be a license attached to that address.
Your 2 minutes is up, but you can finish up.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I will wrap this up. If this is granted, it means going forward, there will be a license attached to that address, regardless of whether it's successful or not, and I wish them well. However, Happy Ending and its many successors on Broome Street is a testament to the problem of successive new owners taking over a full liquor license. Additionally, and this is about the petition, it's not clear that folks who signed that petition really understood that it was not just about a new restaurant, but also a change in it serving a full, getting a full liquor license. I happen to know that 2 people, and one of them is the person who was like, what? Who wants to rescind her thing. And another is a business owner who signed it, who was surprised when I asked him about it, because I came to him to say, I am going to show up to oppose this. And I see that you signed it. We know each other. I just want to tell you. And he said, what do you mean? So that's 2 things. And then the third thing is there was someone who signed that petition using our address at 118 Forsyth who doesn't live here. And I asked everyone in the building if there was someone who was using the address, and that's not the case. So at least one of those signatures is not a real signature, because no one by that name lives at 118 Forsyth.
Okay.
So there's that. Okay, and there's a couple more things, but I will say, did you reach out to any of the community groups, specifically Sarah Roosevelt Park Community Coalition? And yeah, that's it. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Deborah. So I will just say, I wanted to confirm, and I thought I saw this earlier, but they signed, you were mentioning that they didn't know what they were signing on the petition, and the petition is labeled full liquor license. However, to your point, it was listed as, the address was listed as 110 Forsyth Street. So is this actually, and when I looked at Google Maps to look this up, it is labeled 116, correct? So is there, what's going on with your address?
So the address is linked to the HDFC, the building at 110. So on the lease, and for all purposes on the lease side of things, it's 110 Forsyth, and it's units, I believe, 1 and 2. So that's a clerical issue, I suppose, on the lease side, but that is the correct legal address of the restaurant.
That is also the address of the licenses that were at the location since Henry. But to answer why we're looking for a full liquor license, Hugo is going to have about 10 specialty cocktails that he's gearing towards the different plates that he's making. These are dishes that he's learned over the years from his different restaurants in different countries, and they go well with them. As to the petition, it was marked full liquor license. As to the person at 118 Forsyth Street, her name is Cheryl Wolf. She signed it. That was her address on it. And when we talk about, we do come under the 500-foot rule, but there's no other restaurants on our block We're the only one. We also are closing at 12 AM. We're not looking for any later hours in the future. So there's no way this is going to become a bar. We have 11 tables, 36 seats, and we have a small 8-seat bar. So it's not going to be exactly the place people are going to be coming to drink. They're going to be coming to sample food from a chef that has a 2-star restaurant in London and many years of experience and a very peculiar different menu, I'll call it. Food that I'm not accustomed to seeing in restaurants I go to.
Okay, thank you. I guess, and I hope we didn't skip over, was there any other members of the public here to speak after Deborah? Okay. Okay, committee, what are we thinking on this? I'll start. I think Deborah had some good points in that it is, you know, it's been beer and wine. Changing it to full liquor changes the nature a little bit. They are still proposing early hours. What we, you know, I know we assume or can hope that they're going to be here forever, but if they move on for whatever reason, we are left then with another full liquor license that may not always be attached to someone that's a respectable owner. So that is something that, you know, we do generally try to at least think about, maybe not make it a main part of our decision, but it should be something we should take into consideration.
How likely?
Can I ask the owner something that maybe you want to hear? Gaz, would you be willing to stipulate that you'd never go past 12 AM in the future?
Yeah, absolutely, without question. This current, as it currently operates as Gem Wine, it is a wine bar. If anything, I think the concept is being taken even more away from alcohol, just by virtue of it being a restaurant and it being a fine dining restaurant. As Michael said, I have my other business is a 2 Michelin star restaurant in London. So what I'm trying to do is really bring a new food wave to the area, with respectable diners who are really there for the food. So I think it's just important to add that. And without question, I'm more than happy to close doors at 12.
I think that block could use a nice restaurant.
Same.
You know, I think,
Dynamism.
yeah, it's not like a block I would want to hang out in after midnight anyway. But yeah, I think it would be a benefit.
Susan?
Well, I've said this many times before, I don't believe that the big difference is between beer and wine and liquor. I think it's hours.
Yeah.
And I
Method of
don't think
operation.
any place that is going, the fact that they're willing to stipulate that they're not coming back for later hours, I don't think any place that closes at 12 is a problem. I mean, we're not trying to have prohibition, we're trying to deal with late night noise
With
problems.
the issues and problems. Anyone else, committee?
I think I'd support the 12.
Can we legally actually make them stipulate that they will never come back?
They've offered it, you know.
I know we've had-
Well, the SLA supported, so I suspect that if they came back next year and asked for 4 AM. And we said, no, you're not allowed to, I suspect the SLA would tell us that we can't hold them to that.
Yeah.
But what I will say is, we know Michael Kelly, and he's not gonna represent people that are gonna give him a bad reputation.
It would also be written into the stipulation, so if we did come back, we're not going to. And we came back for later hours and we filed an application, you could always give the SLA when we go to the full board, the stipulation we signed saying we'd never go past 12 AM.
I don't know if it would be enforceable, but
We would
I don't think you would let someone do that if they weren't being honest.
Hi guys, if I may chime in, I believe, and Gaz, correct me if I'm wrong, we've discussed with our landlords and they also are not interested in having a restaurant or in their space that goes past 12 AM. I think it's in our lease as well for the duration of the time we're there, that we're not past 12.
It's in your lease, and we put in the stipulations per the lease, that's a real safeguard. And that way, even if they were to sell,
The assets,
to have a
yes.
sale of assets, it's in the lease, so it still couldn't be open later. I wish everyone would do that.
Yeah. And that, and you know, and I know, again, this doesn't mean what they will give the next lease, they might, if you become so successful, you have to move on and they bring in a new tenant, they might not put that in next lease, but if they put it in for you, I guess that's a little bit of reassurance that
Yeah.
the landlord is at least committed to that, so I guess.
Yeah, because his tenants can take him to court. If he is creating a problem for his tenants, they could take him to court, in housing court.
Okay, so it sounds like, you know, we're all kind of in agreement that we're okay, and I do agree with Susan's point when we've discussed this before, that in a situation like this where really the only change is going from beer, wine to a full liquor, they're not changing anything with the method of operation, and as they stated, it may actually be more of a restaurant as opposed to just a wine bar. I don't think that in some ways is really having any more of an impact on the neighbors of the neighborhood, so I think that makes me feel a little bit better about it. Okay, so I guess if we're in agreement, we'll go ahead and move to the stipulations and go through those, what we would be voting on. Okay, so Hugo Herbert, as qualified representative of Cuernavaca LLC, located at 110 Forsyth Street, will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Mexican restaurant, with a kitchen open and serving food during hours of operation. Hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events. Any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient background recorded music only, will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. Will not be pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, will have a happy hour that ends by 7. Will not have wait lines, will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering noise or crowds. Will post these stipulations beside my liquor license. Residents may contact the owner manager number below. It's Hugo Herbert at 646-856-7654. And then we are going to add in number 18 that I will not come back to the committee at any point in the future for an extension of hours past midnight, past 12 a.m.
As per the lease, I also
Well,
have the.
As per
Yeah,
as per the lease.
and as the lease also requires.
Okay. We will move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Sammy Lay.
Yes.
Megan Joy.
Yes.
Guillermo. Yes. Clint, yes. Michael. Yes. Okay. Motion passes. Michael, these will be sent out to you within the next couple of days. Get them back to the office and we'll go from there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Bye now.
Have a good night.
Okay. Okay, we will go back to number 5 now. 2024 My Holdings LLC at 81 Christie Street.
All right, Alice is rejoining.
So we're getting Alice. Alice is your applicant here? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, my client is here.
If they can raise their Zoom hand.
He's
Is he a phone number? Did he dial in by phone?
yeah, he dialed by phone. His phone number is 347-798-6479.
Okay, so we're gonna promote him, and I think hopefully he can hear us. If you dial *6 on your phone, it will unmute yourself, so you're allowed, you can then talk to us. So we promoted you as a panelist, and then you will need. So you can just dial *6 and then you can talk. Okay, I think I see he's in the meeting, and I think you just need to dial *6. We'll make sure we can hear you before we move on.
Hi, Simon, can you hear?
There we go. I see you're unmuted. Can you hear us?
Simon,
Hey, Sumasa?
yeah.
Okay, on the meeting, so I'm gonna give a quick summary of your item and then I will let you add anything or make any corrections or changes.
Okay.
So My Holdings LLC, Osaka Fusion and Sushi Barbecue is seeking a full on-premises liquor license for the premises located 81 Christie Street between Grand and Hester Streets. It's an application for an establishment up to 74 people with 14 tables and 64 seats, one bar with 7 seats, with a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, no TVs and recorded music only. There are 23 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This applicant currently holds 9 other liquor licenses in the city, including 3 of them within CB3. There have been 0 commercial complaints at this location. I don't know if we actually checked the other locations. We did not hear from any residents for or against this item. There were 10 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of the application. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 11 a.m. and closing by 12 a.m. all days. They will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It's on background occur music only. No pub crawls or party buses. Happy hours ending at 6. And there will be no lines, and they will ensure an employee designated to make sure there are no loitering or crowds. Is there anything you would like to add or correct or change to what I just summarized?
I think all the information is correct. And it's gonna be a sushi restaurant, and my client already have another similar business, a sushi restaurant in Brooklyn, and this one will be like the second one in Manhattan. So they have a lot of experience in the restaurant business, and then they've been open a lot of restaurants. And then I believe there is previously this location is a Chinese restaurant too. I believe they have a liquor license. So all the operation is very pretty standard. No loud music, recorded background music, no noise issue, and then yeah, I believe this business is gonna bring a lot of benefit to the local residents.
Okay. Is there anyone, let's just check to make sure we don't forget anyone. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to speak to this item? Don't see anyone on Zoom. Okay, and no one here in the room. Okay, committee, anyone have any questions or comments, concerns about this item? Okay. Just looking at one thing. Hold on 1 second. I just wanted to check one thing on the application. I think the only thing I think I may have, if I misspoke, this license, I don't think this location is currently licensed.
No, it's not. Currently, it's not.
Okay, that's sorry, and I may have said that in my summary. I'm not sure if I did, but it is not currently licensed. So that
I think
is
previously, yeah.
Sorry, they're looking for full of pay or beer wine?
they're asking for a full OP license.
And remind me the question.
Well, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Thanks. I mean, it's right across from the park. Oh, right, of course, yeah. It's this one right here. This one. So I guess my thought on this is. Yes, it is across from the park. But again. Adding licenses. Adding full licenses, if we continue adding full licenses. I don't know, that's just my thoughts on this,
There's
but
repercussions.
how, because I think, if we're looking at how we've reviewed things in the past, what's our justification for giving this full license when we've given other people
Very fair.
a harder time?
Right, like Dorter Street.
Yeah,
Or like we literally just had this discussion.
exactly, we just went through this with Joyer Street.
Yeah.
This area actually across from the park is a very troubled area. There's a lot of crime, there's a lot of drug dealing. It's a very problem.
So then would a functioning restaurant, I don't know, is that a point of information?
Is it gonna make it activate? We have, it's Christie Street's already full of places,
Okay,
and Christie Street is.
I was just trying to get your point.
Yeah, Christie has a lot, totally aside from all the drug dealing and everything going. Christie also has problematic, license places as it is, but it is, it's a high crime.
So I don't know if that helps or hurts.
That's what I was gonna think.
Well, having something open, I think would help. Is it necessary that it has a full liquor license?
That's
the
no.
question, right, like.
Again,
Would you consider beer and wine? Do you need to have a full liquor license for your method of operation that you're proposing?
We have a bar. The plan was have a liquor license.
It's previous ones.
yes,
It's unlicensed.
Like totally unlicensed?
Totally unlicensed.
Having a beer wine is gonna make it, as it's specific for it's not gonna be much different.
They say they own 8 other sushi restaurants in the city.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do they also have full liquor licenses?
Do your other locations have full liquor licenses?
No, the other one they don't, but because their premises is a lot smaller, so this one is bigger, so they have a bar, so then they plan to have a liquor license.
how many others did you have? 8.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's someone who could probably, resist the obstacles of Christie Street, it's someone who already has like 8 restaurants and has a delivery and like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, seems like someone who would be able to be resilient
Right.
to that.
Yeah, I think my point is if their method of operation works in 8 other restaurants without full liquor license.
That's a good point.
But I
too.
thought that you said that they do, no.
On their application.
Yeah, that point is really good.
says,
Yes, I like that point, but I thought that.
Previous work experience, active liquor license, there are.
Yeah, but that could be beer.
Yeah, so your other 8 locations, are they all just beer wine locations? Or are they full liquor?
No, they are beer and wine.
All beer and wine.
Okay, so I
Yeah.
should strike then.
Because the business is different. Yeah, the premise is different. So yeah, this one yeah, this is the first one they try to get the liquor license.
Yeah, I mean, more and more, I was going back and forth, I don't know that I can justify. Giving a full liquor license in this location, which is a problem location, not the specific location, but the area. Is a high crime and we have other issues. On Christie Street.
So just to demonstrate how bad it is, we got an award this year. From the mayor's office to. Supposed to improve the park in that area.
Right, so. I mean.
Neighborhood safety team or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also just think for consistency.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, how we justify.
Yeah. So
I think-
forward with you guys.
So it seems like, and I don't, anyone else have any other alternate thoughts or? True. Yeah.
But still, I mean, that doesn't answer
Yeah.
your,
I
well,
think-
maybe it does a little because then when you,
Yeah.
but I mean, you kind of been setting this
I
criteria
think
that you're
we're-
not.
Because I think to Megan's point too, if we're going to try to be consistent,
Right.
you know,
Let's be consistent.
I think, so. So I think at this point, we're gonna, we would recommend, or not recommend, we would make the motion to deny the full liquor. Unless you're, if you're willing, if you are sticking with full liquor, we would deny it.
Right.
If you were willing to go with a beer and wine, we would entertain the motion to support the application as it stands with a beer and wine instead of full liquor.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me talk to my client.
Sure.
Simon.
But
Hey, Sean?
you can mute us so that we don't,
Or
not.
I mean the behind the scenes, yes.
Yeah, it's okay. I can just speak Mandarin to my client, so you guys, it's okay. Yeah.
你
Simon，
说？
那个
嗯哼
他是说烈酒不给批，他是觉得周边有公园呐、他现在这个附近有一些问题，他不倾向于给你烈酒。他说如果你要是烈酒的话，他就拒绝你；然后是淡酒的话，他今天是可以给你的。
那先拿淡酒吧，因为我看它附近很多酒吧，它都是有卖烈酒的，酒吧起码30多，都在这个公园
不是很
附近，
多，不是很多，我查过，Yeah。
不是很多吗？那没关系，那先拿淡酒吧，没关系。
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I just have a conversation with my client. He says, okay, he's open to get a beer and wine first. Yeah.
Okay, that's great then, and then, great, I think that makes it much easier, and I think we could all support application at that stage. Okay?
Yes.
So I think we're gonna go ahead and we'll put the stipulations up. Just give me 1 moment.
Oh.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the stipulations here, and I apologize if
Come on,
my pronunciation, I think is it Jinbao Zhang?
Yes, correct.
Representative 2024 My Holdings LLC located at 81 Christie Street will operate a full service sushi restaurant, kitchen open serving food during all its operation. And it won't be a full liquor license, it will be a beer and wine license.
So this,
Yeah,
yeah,
check that one off
okay.
and uncheck the full liquor.
Okay, perfect.
And then with kitchen open serving food during all hours of operation, the hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. all days. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. Will play recorded background music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. Will not in basketball. We're not including drinks, will have happy hour ends by 6. Will not have wait lines outside, will the staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowd. We'll post a stipulation by my license, and residents may contact the number below at Jinbao Zhang at 347-798-6479.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Sandy Lay?
Yes.
Megan Joy?
Yes.
Guillermo Biglia?
Yes.
Clint Spencer, yes. Lario? Yes. Okay, so the resolution passes. So Alice, the office will be sending you out an email with the stipulations with instructions on getting them signed and notarized and returned to us.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, what are you guys here for?
I think we're coming up.
Yeah, the station, you know,
I've been here a minute.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
In Houston?
I'm a community member.
Oh, okay.
You just hear.
Here's here for the
Yeah, I
show.
know this. My name. We're looking for a new member. Trust me, it's not gonna get you in this. Okay, so hold on, I'm calling number 14. Okay, so we're moving on to number 14, which is Wilka's at 241 Bowery.
I have like a disclosure to say before this, it's,
Go ahead.
I'm
Sorry.
not be voting on this because I'm a minor investor in this. Just a Class B shareholder. But I have been working with these applicants kind of like in a mentor capacity, I guess I should say, like they've come to me for advice and you know, it's their first bar that they're opening, so I've just been kind of doing that. So I don't want to break any rules. Is it that I can be involved in the
Yes.
discussion but not in the vote?
Yes,
That's right.
yes,
You can be involved in the
yes,
discussion.
you've disclosed that you have a conflict and that you can participate in discussion. You just have to then, when it comes to vote, you're present, not voting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that, Megan. Okay, so we have, are both of you here? Are there anyone online? Any like or an attorney or anything, or just?
No, it's
Okay.
us.
Okay, so I'm gonna give a brief summary and then I'll hand it over to you for anything else you'd like to add. Okay, Wilka's NYC LLC is seeking a full premises license in the premises located at 241 Bowery between Stanton and Rivington Street. It's an application for an establishment of, and I think it was left blank. Do you have your CLO? Or do you know what your CLO is?
We're doing the 74.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, with 21 tables and 56 seats, a 6-foot bar with 13 seats, less than a full service kitchen serving food during hours of operation. 15 to 20 televisions, live music and DJs at background level. There are 20 full on premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Carvona Meze. It's a Greek restaurant that did have a full OP license. Operated from 2019 and closed in 2024. The applicants have never held a license. However, they have worked in the hospitality industry for over 10 years, both of them with various managerial positions. We received no support or opposition from any residents at this time. 39 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of opening by 12 p.m. all days, closing at 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Close all outdoor dining under the open restaurants program by 10 p.m. You did check off you would have security. We just generally would need to add how many and then what nights and what hours, etc. They will close any front or facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. They will play ambient recorded background music, consistent of recorded music. We'll have DJs, live music, and scheduled performances and events with cover fees, but will not have any third-party promoted events, and they may have up to 20 private parties per year. They will not hire pub crawls or party buses, no unlimited drink specials included, boozy brunches. May have happy hours until 7, Monday through Friday. And I think that is generally the summary of your application. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, but if you could use one of the mics that they're laying around, just so that everyone can hear you.
Yeah, we're opening sports bar. But we're only going to screen women's sports. Yeah, this is our first together. We both worked at numerous restaurant industry places. I think we need to clarify some things.
Sure.
Because we were unsure about the have to open by rule, so I think we want to push that back.
I think I gave them the wrong advice, which was say you're opening as early as possible, because then you could have, I gave them the opposite.
Right. Yeah, so I think as you heard earlier.
Yes. Not a perfect mentor.
12 p.m. Right now you're saying 12, right now you're saying 12 p.m.
Yeah.
But that would mean you need to be open by 12. You could open earlier if you want, but you want to guarantee you're opening by 12. Do you want it to stay 12 or do you want it to move later?
Later.
So what time are you proposing?
Let's do weekdays 4 p.m. And then
So Sun, 4 p.m.
They could always.
So do you want
Okay.
Monday? So when you're saying weekdays, starting Monday or Sunday?
Monday.
Monday. So Monday through
Monday through Friday, 4
4 p.m.
Can we just, if we can, earlier meeting, let's do 4 p.m. every day. That, yes.
I think this sounds like
Yeah.
So 4 p.m. all day.
I'll live.
I could put a new one in if you want.
4 p.m. all days. Closing, still keeping your closing hours, closing like 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 4 a.m. Thursday. Okay.
Say that again, the closing one?
2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday
Got it.
and 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. The other question, and I don't know if you were gonna get this, you had left it blank and we didn't have it filled out on the questionnaire. You checked off you would have security personnel, how, were you proposing one every night, one, and then more on the weekend? What was your idea for your security?
When we have like high traffic days where we know there's gonna be a big sporting game or something, then we could make sure that security is there.
So you're not gonna have security all days.
No.
It would be, security would be just when there are sporting events? Or how do you want to phrase that?
I
Is it-
would say like high traffic sporting events.
Trying to think how to make that more concrete for both you and us. I know what you're saying. I'm just trying to think of a more definitive way to say that.
Maybe you could say something like. Security on any days that there are events, because if you had like
I think
a book signing or something like that, you would want security, or a sporting event is still an event,
Yeah.
right? Like
so.
you wouldn't have
With that.
maybe security for like a regular day, but if it was like WNBA playoffs or something, you'd want to have security, right?
So, and it would be, would you have one door person? Would it be a door person and then someone inside? What's your thought on that, on the security? I think you actually had a security plan though in your.
Yeah, so
Didn't
we
you?
have, yeah,
Let me
we
look
would
at that.
have the door person, and then we would have staff training, would have people monitoring.
Yeah, in your security plan, you said, I just want to make sure you're not contradicting yourself or we're not contradicting you. You employ staff training, security procedures. Yeah, you say you use that high traffic nights. All personnel will be trained, so, okay, so I think what Megan suggested, and you seem to agree, is we would say something like, you'll have a doorman / security personnel anytime there are events, and just leave it at that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is that? Okay. That way it's not locking into every night or certain nights if you're not gonna have anything, so, okay. And then I think you had checked off, you install soundproofing to ensure, I know that it was a restaurant, but are you adding additional soundproofing?
There's already some there, so we weren't planning on it.
Okay. I mean, there are residents above though, right? Or no, there's nothing on that space? Cause you're right next to,
Museum.
the museum's on one side, and then the SRO is next to you on the other side, right?
The gallery on the
It's
other
a-
side.
Oh, it's a gate, yes.
There's actually no residents to the right.
The gallery is gonna
or
become,
to the left.
the gallery is becoming a bar too, that we approved that last year, so,
Was this the ice cream? It was supposed to be an ice cream shop?
or is this the other one?
Greek
Up on the
restaurant.
back?
It was a. Greek
No,
restaurant.
but he means.
We approved one.
The one next
a
to
year
it.
ago.
Yeah. Anyways, so, sorry.
I thought the museum was coming to this meeting.
Yeah, I thought so
They were
too.
through- they were through.
It's,
They're meeting with the residents.
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm offended by that.
Yeah, it's this space, yeah, and this validated.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah,
There's some very legitimate issues about.
We're not talking about your case.
yeah, sorry, okay, so yeah, so the, I think what it was, I think the apartments above, I think those used to be
SRO.
SROs.
Yeah, they were.
But I think
But it's changing.
yeah, so anyways, the whole point was, I guess, so you're not installed, so we're gonna uncheck, because you had checked off you would install soundproofing, but.
Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, it's not checked.
Yes, okay. Okay, is there anything else that, those were the kind of questions I had, things that were pending, is there anything you wanted to correct or add?
In one of the previous things you said about the party advertising, we would probably.
Promoting.
Third party,
Promoting, yeah, sorry. We would probably, if we're working with a brand or something, they might post out on their social media that they're doing something at the space. So we would want.
So that's where you sometimes get problems, because then you have 300 people show up. And that happens a lot. It happens so much on Orchard Street that the street activity office actually put a moratorium, so they can't have any more events there. You know, it just creates flash crowds that you can't manage.
so I guess that's, so right now you had checked off, you would not have third party promoted events. Third party promoted events are the things like Susan just described that can end up being a problem.
Like they're dropping in the shoe or something. And 1,000 people show up.
Right, we would say if we're doing like a live podcast recording or a book signing, we could make that ticketed events, so that way we know the numbers before time, and that would be an issue.
So they're promoting a ticketed event?
Well, they had checked off, I mean, they had said they were gonna have cover charges, they would have events with cover charges and scheduled performances. And I think the scheduled performances. That's actually one thing I was gonna ask you to clarify too. You had said you were gonna have scheduled performances. What were you envisioning those to be? Because we wouldn't consider like a sporting event you're playing, that's not necessarily a scheduled performance.
No, we were thinking like a podcast recording or a book signing, maybe like a panel of speakers, sort of events like that.
You just have to describe the events, because
Yeah.
there's a big difference
Between
what you're
between
saying
that.
and, you know.
The scheduled performances.
I said, I'm like, when I was looking through the application, it said like various forms of live entertainment. I was like, that's coming off wrong.
Yeah.
Like on what your method of operation actually is. So I think, yeah, you should probably clarify.
So.
Talks, book luncheon, podcast recordings.
Right.
No, I'm just naming the.
So you're not having, but you're having, you know, like what Gilbert just read off, like talks, book signings, podcasts. You're not having scheduled performances such as like
Concerts.
a concert
No,
or
no.
a band, comedy or a band or a comedy show or things like that. It's not. So how do we?
It's more like, yeah.
I know, yeah, so I think scheduled performances would include things such as
Literary.
podcasts, literary events.
Okay, so we can move it.
Or maybe it's easier just to say what they would not include. Scheduled performances would not include live bands.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
So I think schedule,
Also say literary events, podcasts and similar.
Yeah.
Similar.
but schedule, but I think definitely we should clarify, it would not include live bands, comedy shows, etc. Would include literary events, podcasts, and similar. Okay.
Too bad for the regular at the other bar. It won't be comedy shows here.
What?
Maybe he, no. What was the other bar that?
Okay.
The bar today. with the-
So what did, I don't know that we fully answered or clarified the question about third party promoted events though.
Mary's.
Should we leave the, I mean, are you saying you want to have those or need to have those or?
We just wanted to cover our bases of being like, if we're doing an event that's like a book signing, they might post that they're gonna be doing.
Right.
that. But if it's a ticketed event, then we're.
So the difference is, I think, the clarification would be. They're posting something about an event.
Oh.
The book, the writer is posting something that they're having this, you're having this event.
Yeah.
You're not paying a third party promoter, or a promoter isn't promoting the events there.
No.
So I think, and I think that's what we've said in the past, the difference is,
Just their party is what we use.
yeah, no, but I think that's the distinction is. A third party promoter is someone that's actually,
It's like if you're dropping a shoe and the shoe company promotes it, you know, you're not paying someone to do it. I mean, I agree, I don't think what they're talking about is a problem, it's
Yeah.
just how you're gonna describe
how
it.
we need to describe it.
Because you're gonna have somebody else come and wanna do the other
Well,
kind, and
this-
you have to say, no, this is what we're permitting.
Because someone else is doing a record release and the artist is gonna promote his new record and we're gonna have crowds that show up. So that's been a problem. So I think we need to clarify that and we need to say. Third party promoted events would include,
That's described.
for,
That's described as, you know, the method of operations.
so I'm just thinking about the previous statement where we said scheduled performance would not include live bands, comedy shows, etc. Would include literary events, podcasts, and say similar, just. And those events may be promoted by
The creator or author.
the other people, no, not that,
What, why not creator?
creator,
Creator or.
maybe promoted by the creator, is that?
That
sounds weird.
He's very excited about the first women's sports bar in New York City.
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
By the other. Proprietors? Yeah, no, the proprietor makes it sound more. License holders, no, because that's definitely others. Creator, I guess, even though that seems. And maybe.
You're the lawyer, Michael.
I know, I'm.
It's a hard word.
It's just thinking, I don't know.
Creators would like the,
It's the closest.
yeah. It's the creators.
But I still feel like, I think to Susan's point, creator could then be, again, if someone else wants to come and they're releasing a record, the creator of that record could promote it, and then that's where we had the problem.
You don't want to think.
You're not allowed to have it.
True.
So.
And if you do a student musicians and comedians, no, because then it could be a book.
Yeah. I don't know, may include limited promotion. That's still the same, that's right. You're talking. Yeah. Okay, we need to.
Come on, I look at the thesaurus. That's how I wrote all my papers.
And I think what we just need to be careful, because they are saying they're gonna have DJs and they are gonna have live music, so we just need to make sure that.
We were like, only on like the rarest occasions, like, we don't want live music, DJ covers, like.
Should we check off you will not have live music?
No live music.
Okay, so check off, okay, well, that's good. That-
Yeah.
So then that clears the
That-
scenario where we call the artist the creators, right?
Yeah, so that covers that, so that addresses that. Okay, well, Megan's good, but we'll just go to the other things, no alterations without coming to CB3. We're not participating in pub crawls or party buses. Well, if we hadn't even got that far, but did you have anything else? I know you said you had heard some things you were correcting. Was there anything else that I said in my summary that you wanted to correct? I can remember, so,
Well.
well, we'll put this on the screen as you see and we'll go through it.
By. A full kitchen.
Oh, okay, I think on your, I thought it said less than a full service kitchen on your. On your application.
Full kitchen. Just the menus are gonna be a little bit on the smaller side, we just kind of want to start small and just kind of see how things go. Before we think about expanding, kind of also get, take into consideration, what people might want to see on the menu as well, but kind of. We might just start off small and kind of go from there.
With that, food,
Let's see, excuse me, like finger food, sandwiches, like sharing plates.
Okay, because
American comfort food.
you did check off on the application less than full service kitchen. That's why I just, which is fine, but no, we'll have a full service kitchen. With food served during all hours. Okay, so we'll correct that.
I think a generic term for that's American comfort food.
Just, yeah, that's fine. Okay. With a
Not
full,
finding anything.
with a full service kitchen serving food during all hours. Okay. Anything else that we? Okay, well, again, we'll put this up and go through so you see what we're talking about when we do this. We just need to go, now we need to go back to that last statement.
Oh, yeah. Meg, how we doing?
Not good. Proposal campaigner,
Proposer?
no, designer, we're trying to find other words for creator.
So that. Still stuck in the habit.
Designer, maker, producer.
How about creative?
Yeah, wow, event host,
Content producer,
event host,
Creative,
event host,
By the
event host, yes,
yeah.
By the
Yeah.
I guess.
that.
is it?
The event host.
Anybody could come host something.
Yeah, that's the point.
No, you don't want anyone to do that.
But we're saying no to the
Well,
other, like there's
So
no
we're
like.
saying, so
executive.
promoted events include literary events, podcasts, and similar, and may be promoted by that event host.
Yeah, but anybody can come host an event,
Sure.
right? I can come host it.
Are you gonna promote it for us?
Never know.
And maybe promoted by the,
I'm not big on sports.
We'll teach you.
What about creative?
just put by the,
They're called, I mean, people that are called, content
yeah,
producer.
maybe promoted by the individual.
Really, content, I mean, that's people have that as jobs. I produce content, I still don't know what it means, but
Just leave it, I guess, by the creatives.
it's something people younger than me do these days. They produce
Yeah.
content.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have this hammered out, so does anyone, actually, did we go to the public yet? I don't think we did. Oh, so we haven't gone there yet, I
Oh.
don't wanna make sure I skip that.
Oh, Daniel raised his hand as well.
So, oh, and we have several other things, so, okay, we need to go to members of the public, so since you're here, if you wanna go ahead and start first.
I promise this will be a minute or less. My name is Bob Weiersberg. I live on 7th Street between A and B. I've lived in CD3 since 1991. In my 30+ years as a resident of the neighborhood, I've come before this committee only twice before in support of an issuance of a liquor license. I'm here to express my and my wife's full support of the issuance of a liquor license for Wilkins. My wife would be here, but she's still at work. I'll note that Lauren is a friend of mine, the applicant, and she had no idea that I was coming to the meeting tonight. She didn't ask me to come, and she didn't even mention that she was appearing before the committee tonight. As Susan Stetzer can affirm, I follow CB3 closely. So I play hockey with women, I have teammates, friends who play sports who are women. My wife plays sports, and an establishment such as Wilkins that is focused on providing a safe and welcoming space for women to appreciate and enjoy sports is long overdue in our neighborhood. This is a venue that I wholeheartedly support, and this is an owner operator who I fully trust and respect. I've known Lauren since 2019. I see her at least twice a week when I shop at Essex Market, where she works at Top Hops. Lauren is an honest, trustworthy, serious person with the highest quality of character. I know that she'll be a competent, responsible, respectful operator, and that she'll be a positive presence in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay, so we have a few people on Zoom that we will go to now.
I got Danny.
Okay, Daniel, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Can you hear
Okay,
us?
great. Yes, I can hear you. Sorry I had to leave. I needed to eat something, but I'm glad that the Zoom option is still there. I wanted to speak in support of this operator. Both I also am a customer of one of the operators, and I've seen them handle difficult situations and as well as just provide a really great space. And this concept is a really great concept to have a women's sports bar and have it come to our neighborhood is a great thing. I also think that it's a really good location for it. As opposed to what I'm usually speaking against with over saturation, this corner is actually a place that needs some life, and especially a positive thing like this, because I feel less safe on the Bowery when there's not people there and activities. So yeah, I'm in support of this.
Okay, thank you. I think we had one other person. Claire Brennan.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Claire Brennan. I live on Clinton and Stanton. I actually used to be the chair of the Business Affairs and Licensing Committee in CB6, so I'm familiar with this process. I just want to speak quickly in support of Wilka's. As Dan just said, this location is really in need of a business like this, one that's welcoming and inclusive. Lauren is a neighborhood gem and is an active member of the community living here as well. I think this is a really remarkable opportunity to have the first dedicated women's sports bar in New York City in our neighborhood. And I would encourage you all to vote in favor of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire.
What?
Maybe she wants to be a public member. Anyways, on to the next.
Number 7.
Anyway, so I think that was it for people here to speak, right? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put the stipulations up that we have now kind of drafted, and we'll make sure that we got everything down here. Okay, so it's I, Melissa, and
Just
is it
Melissa Ng. Is it
Melissa what?
Ng?
Ng, that's I was almost gonna say Ng, but I've done this once before and I messed it up, so.
Yeah, it's
Melissa-
like ING.
Melissa Ng, as a qualified representative of Wilka's NYC LLC at 241 Bowery. The license would be a full liquor license, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically American Comfort Food. So you can actually change that, because I think they had checked off bar tavern.
They did.
You are saying it's full service kitchen, full service, wait, hold on, we're kind of muddying things, we want to make sure this is correct. So you have a full kitchen. And are you proposing to operate though as a full service restaurant? Or is it a bar tavern?
Bar.
Okay, so this is where we're going, so it's not a full service restaurant.
Yeah.
It's a bar tavern serving American comfort food with kitchen open and serving food during its operation. Because there's a difference in the license between a restaurant license and a bar tavern license. So that's,
Can we say, a bar tavern with a full service full service kitchen?
well, we're gonna check, if we uncheck the less than full service kitchen below, doesn't that cover that?
Yeah,
So uncheck the less than full service kitchen, so it's with a kitchen open and serving food during knowledge of operation there. Hours of operation are Sunday through Wednesday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. You will close all outdoor dining under the temporary, or not temporary anymore, the open restaurants program and any other uses by 10 p.m. You understand that is a separate process you have to come through later. Doorman or security personnel, at least one certified security personnel for events. You will close all front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Anytime there's amplified sound playing 4 by 10 p.m. You will have DJs, but you cannot have live music.
You wanna uncheck third party.
That's what I was gonna say, we need to uncheck, so you will not have DJs, but you will have, I'm sorry. You will have DJs, but you will not have live music. You will have third-party promoted events, you will have events with cover fees, and you will have scheduled performances. You will have not more than, so check off that, not more than 20 private parties per year. The scheduled performances will not include live bands, comedy shows. It will include third-party events, will include live literary events, podcasts, and may be promoted by the creatives involved. You will not apply for an alteration without coming before CV3,
What about number 9?
but it's not,
Yeah, they're not playing ambient.
it's not only,
There's not gonna be any recorded background music at all?
yeah, but it's not only, because that's only ambient recorded background music. So they are, so. The DJs and other things, will that be at background level or will that be at entertainment level?
I think most likely background level, we were just thinking of like covering bases. if
So,
we
and
did-
actually, I guess we should have checked that because even for sporting events, I assume you're gonna have it louder than background.
Yeah,
So then it's not gonna be recorded, ambient recorded with background music only.
Right.
You'll not participate in pub crawls or party buses, you will not have unlimited drink specials, you will have a happy hour that will end by 7. You will not have wait lines, you will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. You will post a stipulation by the liquor license and residents may contact the owner manager at the number below. And it's Melissa Ng and it's 732-570-9812.
yeah, maybe we should clarify if the possibility of wait lines happens. We do have like an entrance hallway into this space, so we'll hope that the line will stay contained within that and then fold in front of our space. And we hope it won't be more than that ever, so it will be snappy, but maybe uncheck that.
Well, except what I will say though. Given that you're gonna have sporting events. If it's a massive sporting event and you're at capacity, are you gonna have a line for that then?
If no one else can come in, people will be staying at the event.
But that's what I mean. If you're at capacity and no one else can come in and there are people waiting, are you gonna have a wait line for that then?
You'd have to turn them away.
You would have to take them away.
So in that case, so you're saying you won't have lines then? Is that,
But we're talking like opening in like, if we're at an opening hour and then a bunch of people wanna come all at once, it might take us a minute to see.
that's, I mean,
We're just,
that's just a few people coming in. I know you wanna make sure you're covering
Yeah.
bases, but
That's different than.
that's different. That's just a matter of them getting in. A line is where they're, what I kind of just described, where people are standing there waiting for people to come out before they can come in. If it's just because a group of people show up all at once and they're making their way in, that's different than
Yeah.
a wait line where, as I said, your capacity and people are standing waiting to come in. That's what we are trying to prevent. So is that something?
They're trying to prevent the wait there and when 2 people leave,
Yes.
I'll let
You
another.
can velvet
2 people
rope
in.
type wait line, you know?
Okay, so you're not doing one. So then, we will check off that you will not have wait.
You're
And
just processing.
Yeah,
okay,
if it's just like you said, if it's people showing up when, say you open at 4, people are there coming in at 4 and they're just getting their way in, that's not what we consider a wait. Wait line is the velvet ropes and the lines out front where what she just described, people coming out.
got it.
Okay, so I think. We just went through it. I don't know if you can actually see that from where you're sitting, but you've heard it. Do you, I think, are we all, everything's correct with what we've said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So committee, everyone, we're good with what we just went through. Okay. We're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger,
Yes.
Stan Delay,
Yes.
Megan Joy,
President not voting.
Guillermo Zviglia,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes, Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Okay, so resolution was approved. You will get. Joseph Levy's your attorney, right? So this will get the resolution stipulations, they'll have the instructions, they know what to do with them, and they'll instruct you to get it signed and back to them and back to us. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for patiently waiting for quite exciting. Hopefully you've learned some things, good or bad. You can say no comment on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
for
everyone.
coming.
Good night.
Okay. Okay. So, three more. We can do this. We can do it. And we're. I think we're there for the meeting.
Yeah, the Vietnamese was.
Okay. So I know there are people here actually for number 11, I think. Can you go back to the attendees? And you know there are some people here for number 11. Yeah, so, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do number 11 just because I know there are some people here for that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't know if there are people here for the other items.
There are people there for the other.
There are people for the other items too.
Go.
Yeah, we're doing number 11. I already gonna stick with what I said. So, okay. If the applicants are here for number 11, and please raise your Zoom hand. You know, Ben, I think is.
He's rejoining us.
I know. Yep. Okay. Okay, so we have the applicants. As you've heard, I'm gonna give a quick summary and then I will turn it over to you. This is Baha and Humans LLC doing business as Boris and Horton is seeking a full on-premises license and the premises located at 195 Avenue A between 12th and 13th Street. It's an application for a bar tavern, and you know, I just misspoke. It's not a full on premises, it's a beer and wine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I misspoke on that, and I just realized that I want to correct that before I go any further.
It is a bar tavern.
No, yes, it is.
Yes, it
But
It's
only
a bar
for-
tavern license with the beer for wine.
If they don't have a kitchen.
What?
I think
It's a tavern beer and wine license.
I thought it was more like a cafe.
Well, it's a cafe, but the license is a bar tavern.
What's, we have a second to explain the difference.
Yes,
The New York State Liquor Authority only has certain classes of licenses. If you're gonna have limited food, which is soup, salad, sandwiches, you can't be considered a restaurant OP. You have to be considered a tavern, which is a lesser license. You can still call yourself a cafe. Your method of operation is a cafe, but the license you have is called a tavern license.
and in this case, it's a bar tavern beer wine license.
Yes, and their food is different.
Okay. So it's an application, we did have it in a second, a bar tavern with establishment. They have a letter of no objection, up to 74 people, 31 tables and 70 seats with one stand-up bar with no seats. A prep area serving food during all hours of operation. With TVs and streaming background music, there are 13 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously Boris and Horton. They're essentially keeping the same method of operation as the previous establishment, and I think including the same name. Even.
Yes.
The applicant has never held a license, although one of the managers does have experience working in the hospitality industry. There have been no real complaints at this location. 30 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. It will operate as and this is the case where it's actually, we would say it's going to operate essentially as a cafe with a bar tavern license with prep area serving food during all its operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 8 AM, closing by midnight all days. They will be using the outdoor space for commercial use, but they will close by 10 PM. They will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 PM or anytime amplified sound is playing. Otherwise, it will be ambient background recorded music only. They will not have party crawls or pub buses. I always mix it up. Pub crawls or party buses. No unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. They will have happy hours until 9 PM every night. They will ensure there are no wait lines outside. They will ensure a staff person monitors to ensure there's no loitering, crowds, or noise. They will post these stipulations by their license, and they will provide a telephone number for residents to address any complaints. Okay, Ben or.
Yep.
Is there anything you'd like to correct, add, change, etc.?
No, I'll just give you a really brief background because I know we're running late. Ben Savitsky of Bernstein, Rado and Savitsky. This is Baja and Humans. They're applying for the license that you said that they're applying for. It is going to be an all-day cafe. If you're not familiar with the old Boris and Hortons, it's the same concept, just completely new ownership, completely new management. But ideally, it's going to be pretty much the exact same thing. This is a cafe for dog owners and dog lovers. If you look at the diagram, you'll kind of see what it is. We have two separate spaces. One is just going to be a traditional cafe. You walk in there, no dogs are allowed in that space. You go up, you get a coffee and you get a pastry or something, and you can sit and you can eat. You never have to even interact with a dog. You could see a dog through a glass window. On the other side of the space, accessible through an internal hallway, is a space where dogs are allowed. It has a separate entrance, and owners of dogs can bring their dog in there, and then they can go and get a coffee, and they can sit with their dog and they can have a coffee. We mentioned our hours of operation. We are an all-day cafe, 8 a.m. to midnight. We are probably not going to be closing at midnight every night. We are actually probably going to be closing a lot earlier. And just going to your stipulations, we are aiming to open at 8 a.m. every morning because we are a cafe. But in case that doesn't work, we're probably going to ask to change our stipulations to 10 a.m. just to make sure that we are complying with your rules. I know that you guys do things a little bit differently, as you mentioned a few times tonight. The only other thing that I did want to mention is in the stipulations, and this goes back to what two other applicants said, we do not plan to have third-party promoters in the traditional sense that the State Liquor Authority considers third-party promoters. We're not paying anybody to bring people to the space, but they do plan on doing brand partnerships. If Purina or another dog food company wants to come in and show off a new line of dog food and they want to show it on their Instagram that they're coming there, or they want to put up pictures, we're not going to tell them that they can't do that. So, I mean, that's the kind of promotion that's going to be, but that's not how the State Liquor Authority views a third-party promoter. If you guys want to craft language around that, we're more than happy to agree to that.
Okay, thank you. I guess maybe we'll go to the public first before. I know we have some members of the public here.
Yep.
Okay, first I see Laura Sewell.
Hello, I'm Laura Sewell from the East Village Community Coalition. I'm also a member of the North Avenue A Neighborhood Association. So we arranged a meeting with the applicants and members of North Avenue A and the East 12th Street Block Association. We had sat down in the space and spoke to them about their plans. So there was concern among people about the bar tavern thing. I mean, we understand the explanation is satisfactory, but it is confusing. Even tonight, we had someone who had a type of establishment as a sandwich shop on their application, and Boris and Horton had a type of establishment as a cafe, and yet the type of establishment on this license is bar tavern. So obviously, we are not supportive of McSorley's or a beer garden on the corner of 12th Street and Avenue A, and the letters that you may have received are addressing that. But as we said, as long as the stipulations are clear, we're good. And then we have heard from a couple of neighbors about noise in neighboring apartments during events. It's a specialized case. This is not just one dog barking. If there's a bunch of excited dogs inside a space and they all get excited with the people, it can be loud in adjacent apartments. So that's just one consideration. And I think that was news to the applicants. So, we were hoping we can work on some soundproofing or something there. And then the other thing that a lot of people raised was noise from new HVAC equipment in the interior courtyard. There were at least 4 people who have apartments there who were concerned about fan noise, which has been an issue over the years on and off, but now there's a new machine which one would hope would be operating quietly, but it's loud. It's a big thing and it's loud. So we also asked the applicants to meet with those neighbors and work on them with that. I think there have been 311s made. It was never resolved. I think DEP came out a few times and just didn't get a reading. There was conflicting noise, but hopefully the other folks who are affected by this are on and they'll talk more about that. But thank you. And thank you, Ben, for your response. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Thought there were gonna be more people here for this actually, but.
Probably went to sleep.
Okay, okay, so I think Susan had.
Yeah, well, first of all, this HVAC noise problem it's a problem, we wouldn't believe how often we have that, and it sucks a lot of time out of us. So what are the plans to deal with that, noise?
So first of all, thank you to Laura for meeting with Ben and Carol about this, and this was something that they brought up. It's first of all, I mean, it's that's sort of an issue with their landlord. They did not put in this unit. It wasn't their plan to put this unit in. They inherited a space that had this unit, but they hear the concerns of the neighbors. I think what they can do is they would agree to not run it when they are not in the space. So you're not going to have an issue of an HVAC system running all throughout the night when nobody's in the space, even if it makes the space cooler in the morning and it's less energy to get it running again. But what they could do is when they leave the space, they will turn off the unit so that during the night people can sleep and they're not bothered by the unit.
Is it, who owns the unit? Who's responsible for the unit?
Carol and Ben, do you guys know?
I mean, it's part of it is within the space of my, like, it's within the premise. But this is how I acquired the premise. So I mean, I guess it is technically my responsibility, but it's not like something that I'm adding to, and I'm happy to stipulate that we're not planning to add to the existing HVAC. Like, it is a brand new unit. I understand it gets very hot in here in the summer. We have quite a bit of frontage with sun that comes in. And having a well ventilated space is a health concern for dogs and for humans in an exciting, cafe area. So I don't want to say that I am going to be able to turn it off during the day because that's important to our business. But I am, to the point of the evening, happy to make sure that's part of.
Turn off, it can be fixed. I don't think it's acceptable to say that it's gonna be very loud all day. And it's probably, I'm assuming, beyond the noise code. So what I'm asking is to have it fixed.
I don't know that they can. I don't know that they could agree to having it fixed. It's the space is going to be there. The space is always going to be there. The HVAC system was there when they got it. I think that they're being reasonable in saying that they could turn it off after hours. This is, it's a beer wine license.
People are going to have a jet engine.
I can also add on the HVAC that I did talk to the landlord about it to see what she understood of the complaints in the space and what they have done to have it inspected. And the understanding that I heard from the landlord, again, this is a third party, and I did agree to meet with the residents who asked to, explain the noise, and I'm still happy to do that. The landlord's understanding of the noise in the courtyard was that someone had come and that it was not something that was registering as over and above whatever the limit is. So that's I haven't witnessed that inspection myself, but I just wanted to add that counterpoint.
Just as somebody that owns 7 different bars and restaurants in the city, I would say almost in every single lease that you sign, whether the landlord put it in or the 2 tenants before you put it in, the HVAC unit is usually the tenant's responsibility. And whether the DEP comes and finds it's over a certain level or not, the fact of the matter is that it's annoying your neighbors now. And of course, nobody's asking you to turn it off during the day, but there's certain ways that you could fix these things, right? You could have an engineer come in and fix the fan. There's baffling things that you can build around it. But there's a lot you do, but I think the landlord probably, and like, you can try to negotiate with the landlord that he does fix it and pay for it himself. I doubt very highly that he would, but I do think there's certain ways that you can fix that or make it quieter. I know it because I've done it myself many times.
And I'm happy to have someone come look at it. I just don't want to say that I can't agree to something that I like. I'm happy to work with the tenants on it. I'm happy to have somebody come look at it. If it's feasible that we can repair it if it's actually broken, of course. If it's something that is, you know, it's been the winter while I've been in the space so far, so it hasn't been an ongoing process while I've had the space in the last 2 months. And I like,
You come take a look at it, work with the neighbors to see if you can find a solution.
Yes,
sure.
we're fully open to that.
And it could be any number of things. Sometimes it's actually just installed in the wrong location. It should be sometimes on the roof, where it's outside of someone's window. I don't know the exact details of that. Where
Sometimes it's just adjusting the fan a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't necessarily always an expensive.
Again, we deal with this on a regular basis. Just last month, we had an issue very similar to this, so.
It's not a hard fix.
Yeah, so I actually think it's kind of problematic to think it's okay for the residents to, your neighbors to suffer from it all day. And I certainly don't want the dogs over here. But I think it can be fixed. I'm gonna say, I really believe I can't believe that you can't make it better. I just can't imagine that.
It's
Well,
something
I'm sorry, but you're also talking about something that they inherited, and now it's a cost that they're not aware of. I think it's a good solution to say that they'll have somebody come out to take a look at it, and they'll be in communication with the neighbors about making sure that somebody's out there to look at it and try to find solutions.
I think the fact that they inherited is totally irrelevant. They're dealing and the residents are talking to them about it before they're opening their business, and it can be fixed. So I think it can be. I also wanted to ask, well, I don't know, I had not heard about the dogs barking at events previously. But it makes sense that dogs certainly would do that. So it's in a residential building, right?
Yes.
It is, and that's something I can certainly speak to further. Dogs that are playing in a healthy manner, I know a lot about dog behavior, and we are actually bringing a dog behavioralist to come and train our on-site staff in proper dog play etiquette and behavior, for proper management techniques of understanding what is safe play, what is unsafe play, when is a dog getting riled up when they shouldn't be. Dogs playing should not be. I understand, like, occasionally you're going to get I'm not going to say no dogs will bark. I can't promise you that. But we will be implementing a ton of safety measures and management techniques with our staff to help mitigate that as often as possible.
Yeah, good luck. I've had dogs that you could not shut up.
Is there any intention to install any additional soundproofing?
The space is already, I think, adequately soundproof. I mean, from their conversations with neighbors, nobody really complained about the dog barking except for one instance.
We do have several emails from residents that have mentioned the dogs barking when there's large events. So to your point of it being adequately soundproofing, if they are hearing it in their apartment, then I don't think that is actually adequate soundproofing.
Right, but what we're talking about is the events. During the normal operations, nobody is really complaining about dogs barking because, as Carol said, happy dogs don't really bark, and they're going to bring in somebody to make sure that it's under control. I think during events, they don't happen that often. I think that the soundproofing proves that it's adequate. Carol, have you even looked into the soundproofing? I think we found out from the previous operator that it was adequately soundproof.
And to my point earlier, like, the same management and staffing would apply. I don't know what the prior team's training was on. I'm not the prior owner. I can't speak to how they were training their staff, but we would enforce those same rules and management techniques.
So we always have in our stipulations for all the bars and restaurants that the sound will not be heard in adjacent apartments. So, I think it's fair to do the exact same thing, that, the sound cannot be heard in adjacent apartments.
I don't consider, in some ways, noise from a dog any different than noise from a bar if you're hearing it in your apartment. I think we should treat them the same way.
I mean, I absolutely love dogs, but I would go crazy if I had to listen, So I want to ask you about one more thing. Are you planning, so last summer, we had a very unfortunate dog parade that I think was sponsored. It was unfortunate because it happened last minute on Avenue A, and that was just.
Is this about the Halloween?
No, it
The Halloween.
wasn't. Yeah, I guess it was,
was
I'm
that.
sorry, you're right, it was. You know, it's just, it's outgrown, you know, it's so great that it's outgrown, the area people come from all over the world now. So we cannot have it on Avenue A again. Were you planning to sponsor this like the last business did?
My understanding was that we actually were not sponsored. The prior owners also were not sponsoring it. We were just recipients of having a dog event on our avenue. And I do not plan to sponsor it also. And if that's something you want us to include in a stipulation.
The dog run sponsored it, but then he said he would not do it again this year, and the business was going to do it. And then they dropped it. So I was just wanted to make sure that you were not planning to sponsor it on Avenue A. I'm not saying it shouldn't exist. I think it's a wonderful thing, just not on Avenue A, because it stopped buses 2 ways. There was not adequate police, not adequate notification or anything else. But we do love the parade. So those are the issues I had. I am concerned about the HVAC, and I am concerned about the dogs, and you know, how we're gonna have the stipulations address that. I don't think I'm not trusting them, to be honest, to say, we'll come and have someone look at it.
Well, and I understand what they're saying. To their point is, they bought this business, but just because they bought the business and it did have soundproofing and it had an existing HVAC system, that's still your responsibility, even if it wasn't right before. I don't know what the owners told you, but as taking on a business, that is your responsibility to address those issues. And I understand it may not have been anticipated, but that is something that, and we tell, this happens with bars and restaurants all the time, so it's no different than, you know, the issues we're talking about with you.
Yeah, I think that they can address it by having somebody come out, look at it, and try to get it in a condition that works for both them and for the residents.
Yeah.
What?
I was just asking
The
Megan.
other question I had, you specified earlier, you clarified earlier that you would have, if Purina was gonna do a release. I think there have been issues before where some of the larger events, there's been, because they're dogs and people are walking their dogs and they're outside, there's been large crowds, and I've heard from neighbors that that has become an issue. If you're going to have, even if it is going to be Purina or someone, any other company, doing some sort of event where they're releasing and they're, even if they're promoting it on their page or you're promoting it on your page, and you're gonna have a large crowd there, you know, you're still responsible for keeping the sidewalks clear and making sure the crowds are not loitering and blocking the sidewalk and causing, you know, crowds outside.
So is this gonna involve the sidewalk or the curb lanes or anything at all?
So right now we don't have outdoor seating. We will be applying for DOT sidewalk cafe seating, the same as the previous operator had it.
Talking
But they're
about
not applying for roadbed seating.
I'm talking about the events. I'm
No,
not
I don't anticipate that they have enough room on the sidewalk to do events on the sidewalk.
So when you have these promotions with the, you're not gonna ask to use the sidewalk at all.
No.
That's what I just wanted to be concerned about that.
The last business, they brought up the adoption ban. And they did that, all that outside.
Yeah, well, the adoption ban's different than
Yeah.
a third party. What I'm trying to avoid is like
The crowd.
we ended up with a moratorium on Orchard Street because the events actually were unsafe, it became unsafe. Adoption event.
Oh, really?
What?
The adoption event?
No, I'm saying adoption. It's not like- Some people rushing to adopt them.
That's too bad. Okay.
It would be very nice.
Okay, so
I don't think we're talking about.
anyone else on the committee have any other questions, comments, concerns?
I was just gonna say this about air conditioning with, you know, commercial HVAC breaks down all the time. Very simple fix, you know, it's gonna cost you, but you know, it's worth it for the neighbors and it's worth it for you cooling the space, and this, especially during the summer.
Yes, I
Okay.
certainly want it working.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
And that's just you know, I've come on as a general manager, chef for the business. I've done multiple openings in the neighborhood. I grew up in the neighborhood, and I've done over 11 openings in New York City. including HVAC installment. And we are, just to stress it, like after hearing about these issues, we are fully open and are looking into ways to find out more information about it and see how we can address it. We're not
Thank you.
trying to say that we will not.
Okay. So, I guess that being said, we're gonna go ahead and pull up the stipulations. Okay, so it is I, Carol Krakowski, as a qualified representative of Baja and Humans LLC. My license will be a wine, beer, cider license. We'll operate and it's essentially a cafe. This is
Yeah,
where
you could say a bar tavern license as a cafe.
But your license is wine, beer, but you're operating a cafe, you're not operating a bar tavern. This is the difference. This is not your license type. This is what you're operating.
So then you can write cafe.
Yeah, so this is where we usually clarify it so that it's not your license type, it's,
Method of operation.
this is what you're operating in your method of operation. So you're operating a cafe and it is less than a full service kitchen, but you're serving food during all its operation. Your hours of operation are 8 AM to midnight all days.
Well, we are going to change that to 10 AM to comply with your requirement.
Okay. So 10 AM to midnight all days. You will close all outdoor dining allowed under the open restaurants program and any other outdoor uses by 10 PM. Will not have any speakers or TV monitors outdoors.
We're having one, that's outside, I'm sorry. We have one television.
The what?
So you're not allowed to have televisions. That's even in a new restaurant.
Sorry, I said, I realized that was outside. We're having one television inside.
Okay, sorry, this was specifically referring to the outside. So you don't need doorway security. The soundproofing, now this is where, again, our standard is you install soundproofing. What we usually say in this case, where you're moving into an existing space, if necessary, to ensure noise is not audible in neighboring apartment.
I mean, we're receptive to, if a neighbor complains about it, that we will install soundproofing if necessary.
So that it will not be audible in neighboring
Yes.
apartments.
So if necessary,
I think that's a very, very high standard.
but that is a standard that we say, and unfortunately, we hear that from a lot of lawyers, but that is a standard that we have put in all of our stipulations, and it's been upheld before, so.
Everybody signs it.
I mean, I disagree, but I hear you. And I guess, Carol's going to have to decide whether or not she wants to sign that.
I will close any facade doors and windows at 10 PM or when amplified sound is playing. I will not have DJs, live music. You did uncheck third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. Oh, and
we will have events where cover fee is charged if you're identifying that as a ticketed event.
What is it?
so what was the second part? You will have events with cover fees. What was the second part of that?
I'm saying if you're considering that a ticketed event where the public can buy a ticket to an event.
Yes, so that is what, cover fee or ticketed events. So you will have ticketed events. Are they events that are starting at like a certain, because the thing is, when it's a ticketed event, it's usually saying it starts at 4 PM and crowds show up at 4 PM and leave. Is that what you're proposing?
Carol, what are the ticketed events?
The types of ticketed events we're talking about are like an art class where you can, paint a ceramic bowl for your dog while your dog is in the same room. It's going to be small. It's going to be quiet. It's not. We do have someone who does. She runs a nonprofit that does dog-oriented comedy shows where they like tease your dog in the audience. The dogs are leashed at those events, so it's not rowdy with the dogs playing around and yelling. But we do sell tickets for those because it's we close early. This would be something that would be maybe a little bit later, once or twice a month. It's not a frequent thing.
They have enough space inside on the side where the dogs are that I don't anticipate that there are going to be people lining up outside for the ticketed event to come in.
Yeah, no.
What's that again?
So you said that they would be on the side where the dogs are. So they wouldn't be people lining up outside and there would be no crowds coming and leaving all at once, is what you're saying.
I mean, I can't guarantee that no crowds will leave all at once, but they'll be mindful to make sure that to try to make sure that it's not a disruption to the neighborhood by having crowds leave all at once.
What time will they be open?
What time, you said these are after you close, so what time are you proposing for these events to take place?
We would close early for normal business hours to accommodate the event, so that we would still try to stick to our normal business hours for it.
But I won't, I mean, the dogs also need to go to bed, right? Like, I don't really anticipate this going beyond like a 10 PM on the later end.
Put a time on.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we need to clarify a few things in this statement, so.
What type of events are?
I mean.
Ben, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I thought we listed out the types of events we had
We
somewhere.
did. They were in the application.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean. And it's, I mean, yes, they were, it's not, I think I'm a little bit. Tiny bit more concerned about the third party promoted event. Statement.
So that's less likely to be like I mean, I guess it's possible that maybe it would be one of the, but it's like a brand is coming out with a new
partnerships.
They want to have a table during normal business hours. Like that's the most common type of third party promotion that I think you would encounter. And it's all within the space. It's not outside the space. It's mostly going to be during business hours. Like maybe someone would, I think they had, what's their name? Phi Dog Collars sponsored an event, you know, that was a private event, but it's not like a, again,
these are not marketing companies that are having, you know, driving people to the space. It's if they want to partner with a brand for them to sit at a table and tell people about dog food for the day, or the collar, or something like that, or a new technology. It's something like that.
What do they mean mostly during business hours?
Yeah, and I mean, your business hours are till midnight, so you're saying mostly during business hours. I don't see you doing anything outside of business hours, would you?
No.
No, our normal method of operation is probably going to close at like 8 PM. We put midnight because that's what I was understanding that that's the flexibility that people who apply for beer and wine licenses ask for.
So it's within business hours.
Yes.
Okay. So what time are what time are you proposing that you would normally, what will your posted hours be?
We're hoping 8 to 8.
Okay. And you're not planning on at any point, let's say, opening after 8 for drinks?
Well, we're new to this space and this business, and we're, you know, I don't want to, I'm afraid now based on what I've heard. If we have a really dead Sunday morning, I want the flexibility to say 10 AM or something like that. But I expect, you know, the prior owners operated more like, we're operating more like a cafe. The prior owners operated more like a coffee shop. So I do expect we will have business at 8 in the morning. But if you're telling me that this is like a must and I'll be in violation of my license, I don't want to do that. So I want to just be cautious about that.
No, that's fine. I think we kind of discussed it earlier that you're moving those back to 10, right?
Yeah. You're asking about whether or not they're going to stop operating at 8 and then they're going to turn into a bar and have people come in from 8 to midnight?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Because I know that's also was a concern from residents as well, that it just, and I know you're saying if you're closed at 8.
Yes.
We just don't want you, again, becoming a bar after 8.
I also don't want to become a bar. I don't think that's good for, it's not good for, I mean, we also don't want to do that. And also our dogs don't want to do that. The flexibility on the later end is really for special events like the comedy.
This is honestly a place for people and their dogs. It's not, there's no intention of this turning into a bar.
Listing that they're closing at 8 and then having an event from 8 to.
If it would be, yes.
Which-
That's why when they were saying it would be within their business hours, but I think what their business hours is actually 8.
Yes,
And then they're saying, so that's why when they were saying within their posted hours, and it's more clear now, I get that. Okay. I think
It's confusing.
we just need to address,
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to specify anything about the third party promoted events. I think we-
Everything's gonna be inside.
Yes, I think we just need to put any third-party promoted event
Inside.
or events with tickets will not include lines or any
Outdoor use.
outdoor use.
Great.
Okay,
You're okay with that, Carol?
Wait, sorry, let me just,
They don't
we're
want
not-
any lines outside of people waiting to get in, and they don't want any use of the outdoor space.
I'm fine with the lines. The outdoor space we do use for adoption events.
What does that mean, though?
Except for adoption.
Like foster dogs, you know,
and we can
they, I
say,
don't want them in the space.
yeah, so we'll put the adoption events are fine, that's not causing a problem, the crowds that we're concerned about.
Great.
Okay, so as it's worded now, any third-party promoted event will not include wait lines or outdoor use except for adoption events.
Good.
Okay, so I think we've generally. I think we've kind of clarified everything. Is that now the only, I guess, thing you're saying happy hours ending by 9? So is that,
I don't think you had 9. I thought you were saying like 7.
Yeah, that should be
Yeah.
7.
Sorry about that.
that's not
Birds.
It's already past my bedtime.
okay, so everything else, I think,
We see the top again.
yeah, scroll up.
We don't have a staff person, right? Yeah, you said it.
Yeah.
I can scroll down. We're good.
Do we need to put under number,
Do you have
Yes.
anything about the HVAC?
yes, that's under number 18. We'll work with neighbors to ensure HVAC noise or is not a noise problem.
Is mitigated.
Carol, are you okay with that language?
If they don't sign it, they don't.
I think it's accurate.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Do you want to put for that method of operation where you wrote cafe that it's also a space for dogs? Do you want that or no?
That would be a good idea.
yeah, actually, you're right, that's a good, we should put, I mean, should we just call it a dog cafe, or what is your term for it?
Dog friendly cafe, because when you actually call it a pet cafe, it implies that you can adopt the animals that are in the space, and we are friendly
No.
to people who already own the dogs.
No, a dog friendly cafe, that works, and that adds that extra clarification, thank you, Ben. Okay,
Okay.
any,
Great.
Thank you guys so much.
thank
Oh,
you.
they haven't-
Okay.
Don't go away, we
Yeah.
can vote, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move to a vote on this, it'll be Stephen,
Yes.
Sandy,
Yes.
Megan,
Yes.
yes, Michael, yes, Guillermo? Yes. Okay, so the motion passes, so Ben, the office will be sending out the stipulations to you with the instructions and everything to get it back notarized, and let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
I don't need the application, but if you don't got a dog, can you just go there and hang with the dogs?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
cafe part,
All right, that's cool.
or the dog part, probably, right?
What?
Either part, I'm sure you can hang out.
Okay, so I think we
We are
are
a dog, the dog part.
number 7.
Did not expect that to take so long.
I didn't-
I know, yeah, man, geez.
Number 7,
This is.
Spring Bar, 116 Madison Street. The applicant's here for Spring Bar, 116 Madison Street. Please raise your Zoom hands.
Who's left there? When people-
There's someone there. There's about 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4. Like 4 or 5.
There we go, there we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Great.
Okay, I'm gonna give a quick summary here and then I'll hand it over to you for any changes. So I don't think, what is your corporate name? I don't think you had it filled out.
It should be Spring 116 LLC.
Oh, okay, got it. So,
It's on the-
yeah. So Spring 116 LLC is doing business as Spring Bar, seeking a beer wine license, and the premise is located at 116 Madison between Catherine and Market Street. It's an application for an establishment of up to 74 people, 10 tables, 26 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 14 seats, a food prep area serving food and light snacks during all its operation, no TVs, streaming music with DJs no more than once a week. There are 2 full on premises licenses within 500 feet,
How many?
2,
Oh, is that-
So there's no 500 foot.
but it's beer and wine anyway, so.
Oh.
Yes, you're all.
So the location is currently not licensed, the applicant has not held a liquor license prior to this application. 11 residents who live within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor. Will operate as a tavern bar serving light snacks. Its hours of operation are opening later than 5 PM, closing by 12. Will not use outdoor space for public use, for commercial use. So I think really the only reason you're here and you weren't as an administrative approval is because you were asking for DJs.
It's not food based.
Oh, it's a bar tavern, that's right, that's why, because it's a bar tavern. So yeah, you're,
And DJ.
Didn't this used to be the beer tasting place, like a beer?
They're saying it wasn't previously
brewery?
licensed.
Yeah, but
It used to be a nano brewery. I think they had a wine, beer, and cider license.
then
So
it
we
was,
did have a license.
so it was previously licensed, then that's what I was just looking up. I think I was.
Yeah, just no hard liquor because there's a church within 200 feet.
Makes sense.
They had the big backyard with like a swing or a hammock or something, didn't they?
Yeah, and they had the big brewing tanks right when you walked in.
Yes, yes. I've been in, so I was not thinking it was this place, but. Okay, so that also simplifies things because it was already even.
I think in the application it should say there's also a basement as part of the lease. Is that on there?
Is it for storage or are you gonna be serving there?
Well, on my the plan is to if the infrequent DJ usage would happen only in the basement, which would be soundproofed.
So it's the first floor in that basement.
Yeah, so it's first-
DJ's only in the basement.
So what is so in the basement space, that would be occasional DJs, what's it gonna be used for? When there's not DJs there?
Otherwise, I think it'll probably just be closed.
Okay.
Should I say more about the bar?
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there's anything else. I think everything else was fine. I didn't have any
Okay.
questions, so you go ahead and just add to whatever you'd like to
Yeah.
add.
The idea is to serve mijo, a Chinese equivalent to sake. It's a fermented rice wine, low ABV. It would be, I think, the only bar in Chinatown that focuses on Chinese alcohol. Yeah, I feel like I'm asking for pretty, it's a pretty conservative ask. Friday, Saturday, 1 AM, midnight closing for the rest of the week.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the only thing that I figure might be you might have questions about is because I checked DJ, but I would argue that would be infrequent and maybe like once a week or less, and only happen in a soundproofed basement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone have any questions? Is there anyone here from the public for this item? Raise your Zoom hand, please, if so. Okay, so no one, seeing no one, anyone here from the committee have any other questions about this?
Seems straightforward.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Okay. Stipulations up for you. Go through those quickly, just so we can make sure we're all on the same page. So it is I, Derek Zhang, as a representative of Spring 116 LLC, located at 116 Madison Street. My license will be a wine, beer, cider license. We'll operate a tavern wine bar with less than a full kitchen, serving food during hours of operation. The hours of operation will be Sunday through Thursday, 5 PM to 12 AM, Fridays and Saturdays, 5 PM to 1 AM. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use. In this situation, though, you are still going to use, are you still using the backyard?
Oh, yeah, that shouldn't be checked. The outdoor space will be for patrons to sit and drink.
So we will put, you'll use the outdoor space, but you'll close all outdoor space by 10 PM.
Yeah,
And then you can't have speakers or TVs outside.
yeah, no, there will be none.
No
Yeah.
no music or anything outside.
Yes, that's correct.
So you're not having doorman or security. So you will install sound, because you're talking about soundproofing the basement, so you will install soundproofing.
Yes, it's just, not at the moment. There's no soundproofing at the moment.
So we're gonna put, you will install soundproofing to ensure the basement is soundproof for DJs.
Yes.
Okay. And then it's a closed fixed facade with no open doors and windows, right? The front doesn't have operable windows, does it?
The front has like 3 doors, I think probably because they needed to move the beer vats in, but we will remove that.
Okay, so we're gonna put, it's a closed fixed facade then.
Yeah, yes.
So you will have DJs, but you will not have live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. No more than 1 DJ per week. And then 2 private parties per month. And then we are gonna just put a note that the DJs will only be in the basement.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the DJs in the basement, will they be at entertainment level or will it be just background?
Let's say entertainment level. Yeah.
Okay. So and again, that's fine because you're saying you're gonna soundproof it to ensure that it's not audible outside the basement, but.
Correct.
Okay, so then uncheck the number 9. Ambient recorded music. Okay, and then you will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. You will not seek a change in class to a full on-premises OP without coming to CB3. You will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses come to the establishment. No unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour that will end by 7 PM. No wait lines outside. A staff person responsible for no loitering, noise, or crowds. We'll post a stipulation by liquor license, and residents may contact the owner at the number below, 929-855-7122.
Correct.
Okay. We're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Sandy Lay?
Yes.
Megan Joy?
Yes.
Lynn Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario?
Yes.
Guillermo Zuniga?
Wow. Incredible.
Well, thank you for waiting all patiently to 10:30, but. So.
Yeah, of course.
The office will be sending you, I know, I think, you were working with Max Bookman, right, or Petrovsky Bookman?
Phil, he was here earlier.
Yeah, either one, someone from their office, right, you're at least working there.
Yeah, I'm
So-
glad I didn't pay him to represent me. Save a little money.
But, so the office will be sending them, they know the whole drill, so the office will send them the stipulations, they'll get them to you to get signed and then move on from there.
Great, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Have a good night.
Okay. So,
One more?
one, yep,
We can do this. This one seems easy, not gonna work.
number 9.
So.
Okay, as the opposite here for number 9, Super DAP.
They all been talking.
Super DAP BS LLC, it's 137 Eldridge Street.
37 Eldridge, yes. Hello.
Put your video on.
Oh, video.
Hello, okay.
Hi, how are you guys? Can you hear me?
Hello, you're the applicant or you're their attorney?
I'm the attorney.
Okay, and
And I'm
they're,
accompanied by Anthony and Sadie. Yep, they're here.
and they're. And you're the applicants, correct?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. So again, I'm gonna give a quick little summary and then I'll hand it over to you. So Super DAC Biet LLC doing business as it's to be determined is seeking full on premises license for the premises located at 137 Eldridge Street. And just to note, this is a sale of assets. It's an application for up to 74 people, 6 tables, 45 seats, including 1 stand-up bar, full kitchen serving food during all its operation, no TVs, small speakers playing background music. There are 17 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The establishment is currently sited at this location and for which it's called Lena's. They hold a full on-premises license. Since December 2024, the owners this current applicant has owned and operated Haas Snack Bar. It's located at 297 Broome Street. It's right around the corner from this location, and they currently hold a temporary retail liquor license. There were 2 commercial throughput complaints at this location since 2018. 48 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 5 p.m., closing by 10:30 all days. They are serving food during all hours. They are not using commercial space outdoors. They're closing any front or facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Ambient background recorded music only.
How can we make money when you're open a few hours?
Yeah,
It's
when I
about food, maybe.
when I was in the party buses, no unlimited drink specials, and we're not at happy hours. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to you for a quick, anything you would like to add or clarify
Okay,
what I.
5.5 hours.
So the noise complaints came after midnight. In my.
It's
Hold on,
fine,
let
there
me
was,
double check.
so it's not.
Yeah.
We're not gonna put a lot of stock in that, to be honest, when it's a small number.
Right. And the applicant is closing at 10:30, and I believe that hours will be reduced from the hours currently operated by the Lena. And we have reached out to 9 BC Tompkins Square Block Association and New York PD 5 Precinct, New York City Council District 1, Mr. Christopher Mate. And besides Anthony and Sadie, there's another minority shareholder, but they're also offering 25% of their LLC membership to individuals to raise their operating capitals. And that is it for us. Do you guys have any questions?
No, I think everything's pretty clear, pretty straightforward,
Understand how they're gonna be able to-
especially because it was a, sale of assets, so you're essentially taking over and you are reducing the hours, so. I see.
Maybe they got a good deal.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. The applicant plans to install French doors, and they agreed to close it before 10 p.m.
Yeah, so we do have you'll close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound and music is playing. But it is only ambient background recorded music, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Is there anyone here from the public for this? I've forgotten people in the past and I want to make sure I don't.
Oh, I want to, yeah, there's like one person here, like.
Who's there?
Lonnie.
Sometimes people,
Lonnie Sobel. Lonnie.
Okay, so no one's here from the public. Anyone else on the committee have any other questions or anything you'd like to add?
Just us. How you. Right, so that's it, right?
No.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
10:30.
How come this wasn't in?
Yeah,
Yeah, this should have been at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna put the stipulations on the screen and go through those quickly for you. So this is Anthony Haas, a qualified representative of Super DAC Viet LLC at 137 Eldridge Street. Will be a full liquor license, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a Vietnamese restaurant, with kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours are all day is 5:30 to 10:30. I will not use the outdoor space for commercial use. So yeah, you're not having security, right? No security.
No security.
And I think there's already soundproofing, I'm assuming.
It's a small restaurant, and there's gonna be a background music with less than 74 people. I don't think we're gonna need significant soundproofing.
And then you will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or when amplified music is playing. You don't have DJs, live music, third-party promoted event, any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. You will play ambient recorded background music only, will not apply for alteration without coming to CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, will not have a happy hour. Will not have wait lines, will have a staff person responsible for no loitering or crowds, will post a stipulation, residents may contact the number below. Anthony Ha at 908-612-2250.
As for the wait line, we will educate the staff and then direct any wait lines or noise levels. We don't expect any bigger wait lines daily, but if it happens, we will manage it.
Yeah, okay.
Some people can't trust them. No.
Okay, so if everything else is okay, we're gonna go ahead and just move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Sandy Lay.
Yes.
Megan Joy.
Yes.
Guillermo. Yes. Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario. Yes. Okay, so your application, your resolution was approved. Again, we will be setting out stipulation or instructions to get signed and notarized. And thank you again for patiently waiting till 10:30.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Good night.
One person hanging on.
Okay.
Oh,
Hold on, making sure I did not forget anyone. And then, so there's one person, Lonnie Silva, we're gonna just promote you, we don't know why you're still here, but I want to. No. Mary. Lonnie, if you want to say anything, unmute yourself. Not, we're gonna go ahead and move on. Okay,
Why don't you just book 10 to me?
well, don't we have to, are we gonna talk about the meetings in April?
Oh, yeah.
So we are proposing, I think we mentioned last month that we have not an intern,
A paralegal.
a paralegal consultant who is going through all of our SLA guidance and all of our SLA stuff. And she's kind of compiling a list of things that are in contradiction with each other, as well as in contradiction or align with the state. So she's putting all that together, and then hopefully, I think we're planning for April.
Yeah, to have a meeting to start going. This is someone that actually works for one of our better lawyers, one of our best lawyers. So she really knows, I mean, she knows this stuff. She's cross-referencing it with new directives from the SLA, that kind of thing.
So we're proposing a meeting in April, and I think unless for some reason we have 6 items on our agenda, maybe we would combine it with the SLA committee meeting, but unfortunately, I think
Is it gonna be busy next month?
I'm not sure yet.
Is it gonna be busy next month?
It's too early to tell.
It's too early to get the application in.
Look,
April's a busy month usually.
I know, so most likely it's
it'll
just
be a
not
separate meeting.
practical to do it in this meeting. So we'll probably then have to schedule a second meeting, but it will be a much shorter, it won't be this.
So I do want to say the reason the new museum license is pushed to next month is not because anyone's objecting to the business.
Right.
It's a question of using the entrance at Freeman Alley or the Bowery. And there has been issues are, there has been a fire at Freeman Alley. It's locked during the day. It is now it's demapped. It's locked. I have the fire department investigating it. So
It's locked, so
Freeman locked.
you can't.
they have someone locking it, yes.
So how does Freeman's Restaurant?
I don't,
Anyways.
they're not open anymore.
Really?
Not open anymore? Think so.
No.
way.
Wow.
That's, I don't know for sure. That was
Someone's
someone.
Freeman's Alley, it was open.
Okay.
I-
Someone told me. But the point is, I have the fire department sort of investigating
Okay.
what's going on.
They were planning on using Freeman's Alley as the main entrance.
Yes,
Right.
so that's the only issue.
Gotcha.
No one's saying that a new museum should not.
No, and it's fully enclosed in. Okay, and that's it for business, right?
I also just want to say one thing, well, particularly for you two, but any businesses, bar, hospitality. There are a lot of very important trainings on how to protect employees who might be at risk from lice. If you know any businesses that can't access trainings, we will help them access trainings. Joseph Levy is actually sending me a webinar on the training. It's like where they can go, if ICE comes in, where can they go? You can have places that are not private, that they can't be allowed to go in, but your employees can go in. It's really important.
Even if there's a warrant, even if I said the warrant.
Even if they have a warrant, I believe they cannot go in a private section.
That's not public assembly space, like an office.
It's not for the public. Yeah, place where the public can go. But I don't know all that stuff. I've gone to one training. It's really important to go to these trainings. I'm just trying to spread the word. I know the Hospitality Alliance gave trainings, but not everything belongs to them. So anyway, and when I go to the bar meeting, I'm gonna, promote that too.
Yeah, because they'll They need to have a warrant issued by a judge.
Yeah.
I think they could still go to private spaces when they have that warrant, but most of the times they don't.
Yeah, they're very intimidating.
Yeah, and like if a bartender, it's just like a daytime bartender, they're not gonna know they're gonna be there.
Okay.
So,
Alright,
sorry.
can I adjourn the
No,
meeting?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I
No,
think
no.
it's at the end of business. Okay. So we'll do a roll call to end the meeting. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Sandy Lay.
Yes.
Megan Joy. Vince Meltzer, yes. Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Guillermo Zbiglia. Okay. Meeting is closed.